If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor look too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life for broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at the beginning, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are done, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 40 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
do you write women so well?
I think of a man, and I take away reason and accountability.
But what is so important about driving faster than anyone else?
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
If like I wasn't a feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. Like I don't really have like that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated
That actually
myself.
makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
It's mainstream. Do you guys believe in the patriarchy?
But it's still a bad position. It's not like what you
fine.
just saying.
And what is that? So what is the patriarchy?
It's patriarchy is when like men rule, right?
Mostly, right?
Men rule, women drool. Wait, what? Okay, that's
No, that was my fault.
Say it. Can you say the patriarchy is awesome?
it's not bad. It's not bad.
The patriarchy is awesome.
That one, that's for you, Grid One Motorsports.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning. The following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
And there we are. Sorry about that. I had a technical difficulty on my end. How is everyone tonight? Everybody out there excited, happy? Cat looks very happy. Cat looks like the cat that ate the canary. Is this anybody missing a canary? Anyone? No? All right. Okay. All right. I have Josie backstage. We'll bring her out later. We're gonna get into some stuff. Josie, just calm down. Not ignoring you. I know you're there. Don't break anything backstage. And I had to do some cool stuff. I figured you guys might like this. There you go. That's the wall. You guys don't actually usually get to see in focus, and did that earlier today. I thought it was really cool. There we go. How about that? You guys like that? I like that a lot. So anyway, so we were going to have guests tonight. Josie actually worked really, really hard to bring us in some guests. Unfortunately, I'm not worthy. Apparently, I don't have enough membership, or I'm not big enough, or I'm not cool enough, or they don't like the cut of my jib, whichever jib they're looking at, they don't like it. And we didn't get anybody, so it's okay. It's all right. We'll have somebody maybe Friday. Friday we'll see what happens. And so I decided that, and I've been kind of meaning to do this for the last couple of episodes again. It seems like every so often I need to do it, where I have to look at my haters, right? Because I start reading all of the mail, and most of them I don't even finish. Usually it's just like, it starts out as, you're such a dumbass, or I hate you, or die in a fire, whatever. And it's entertaining, honestly. It's really funny, because these are like, you got to actually be kind of dedicated, right? You got to copy the link. You got to write an email. You got to send the email. And then maybe eventually I look at it, because I don't actually take it. Yes, I get incel a lot. for whatever reason, people love to call me an incel. I don't know why. Anyway, so I just thought, I was going to read them, but the problem is that if I read them, they might actually be in the audience, and then they'll get mad, and they'll send me more hate mail, and who wants that? Yes, the grid one, the married incel father of two. I think I might be checked out cell, where I'm just like, I'm kind of check out once in a while. Then my wife like smacks me and says, "Hey, I need something." I'm like, "Well, all right, here we go." I'm kidding. That's just very funny though, right? Josie's back there. Her face just went all weird. Josie's like, "Hey, let me in. I will. I promise. Just I will let you in. I promise." But it's haterade. Definitely haterade. I think they just drink it by the gallon. And it's really funny. I mean, some of the stuff they say is like really, really, and some of it's dark, like dark. Like where do these people come up with this stuff? I have a guest. Josie must have got us a guest. Hi, Fight. How are you?
Hey,
Hi, Fight.
dude.
Hi, Fight. Josie came through. Did you hear that we were talking?
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
That's just cruel. Oh, poor Josie. Josie, you got to calm down.
I need the smoke animation. like a Bugs Bunny.
We might need a station identification after that one.
A what?
A station identification.
What's that?
Back in the olden days, when they had live TV and they had something go on, they would just put a card up in front of the camera that said, "Stay tuned for station identification."
Okay,
I know you've never actually watched TV before because you're so young, but for us old people, that's what we did.
I'm from Canada. Remember, we're like 20 years behind, so I got some of that stuff.
You guys don't even have TV, right?
We had like something that looked like a box with an antenna that we had to like move from the basement, so it would point the right direction so my dad could catch the football game.
Chief Wahoo wants to know, how old is Josie? He wants to address your hate mail
16.
Properly. You're nuts. Get off. Get away. Go away.
It's legal.
You gotta go.
By the way, Grid One, is this on your main channel? Because I can't find this.
It is on my main channel. It is. Yeah, this is my channel.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not your main? Oh.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I put
Grid
it on.
One Motorsports.
It's called an Unreasonable Man.
Oh, that's why I couldn't.
But I told him to put the Grid 1 Motorsports because that's like the
everybody was getting really confused. So
you always have to you don't listen to me. You always have to find out for yourself, and you just end up doing it. It's like your background. Told you the pirate ship that was gonna put your camera.
I like the pirate stuff though. The pirate stuff's it might make a comeback.
But it's black.
Is it okay if I add a comment to the panel y'all just jumped from?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so Josie, I share your disgust in that you feel like men need other men to lead them, and maybe that's part of the problem where we're like, let's vote for our leader and he'll tell us what to do, kind of stuff. Was that your point?
I just think it's cringe, and from like a biological.
We don't have the Myron
standpoint.
thing that I kind of checked out on.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like I didn't vote for Myron, so he's not my leader.
No, but I mean, like from a biological or evolutionary standpoint, isn't it kind of normal that a woman would find that it's kind of cringe that like a man needs a leader because secretly he's not a leader? So
I'm a dude and I find it kind of cringe, so that's what I was saying is like I share your feelings. But anyways, I think most of the manly men are like too busy like working and like taking care of their families and stuff, so they don't have time to like hate on women on panels and stuff.
Oh, I mean, even when I go on the Whatever podcast, my boyfriend doesn't even watch it.
Exactly. He's not like, I need a leader. Someone lead me, please.
He's like, oh, you should go on those manosphere, like, red pill. He's just like, that shit's so fucking cringe. Like, he's like, I'm not gonna watch it. I can't.
I thought it was really interesting, the whole video that he put up. And I'm sure those guys will wander over at some point. We'll talk about it more. But I thought it was really interesting because from my point of view, now this is just my point of view, I don't know that the red pill is cohesive enough to even call it an organization that needs a leader, right? Or a figurehead or anything else. I think that a lot of it comes from the idea back when Tate was taught, Tate was kind of the figurehead and everybody kind of followed what he was saying, or, in theory they followed what he was saying, but who cares? Look, I don't consider myself red pill. I barely consider myself manosphere. I'm a men's advocacy guy. I try to teach young men and to some degree young women how to be better people.
I'm not a labeled person, so I don't really care.
Yeah, that's about it. That's as close as I can get. And I think that you're right. Is it I fight or
you can just call me Phi. Some people call me Phil
Phi?
or whatever. Just
Phil? Okay, all right, Phil.
enough.
I like Phil.
All right,
Phil. So Phil. The thing is that I don't think that we need to be that cohesive. I just don't think that there needs to be a lot of infighting amongst the different factions, right?
You definitely don't want bad actors taking over, though. So
Sure.
we got to keep some of them in check.
It's a little too late for that.
Well, I mean, and I think that real men have jobs, and real women that would be listening to this are working as well in the home or whatever. And
they're too submissive to speak up anyway, so we'll never hear from them.
Well, even if they aren't, right. So let's just say that like you have Kat is actually a pretty strong woman. She's just submissive to her husband, right?
And look how quiet she's been the whole time. Like
she's always quiet. It's her most redeeming quality. Well,
I like Kat, by the way. I've met her once, and
I really like Kat, especially when I do this. This is great.
Smile. You're on
Smile, Kat.
camera.
My stream crashed.
Yeah, you're a circle, Josie.
Yeah.
So try
Give
again.
the OBS
My OBS
signal.
crashed. It's weird.
Yeah. And
I
nobody
think
wants
'cause
to believe me that OBS. I kept trying OBS and it just it didn't always crash, but always had some weird deal to it. That's why I quit using it.
So, Grid One, my feelings
absolutely.
on the whole Tate phenomenon was that I thought he was just basically the knee-jerk reaction to the feminazi movement. So
Sure.
you have
I'm in that boat.
the left-wing women going crazy. So then you're going to get this like over-roided out, super toxic masculine guy trying to bounce back and say, this is what real men are like, or something like that, which I didn't really buy into.
I feel like that, and you have to understand here that I've never watched a complete Andrew Tate anything.
You got to pay for it if you want to get the real stuff.
And
No, there's plenty on Rumble actually.
And even when people play sound bites, I'm only looking at the sound bite to hear the commentary on the sound bite, right? So I don't actually and that's one of the reasons why I really never comment on any of his stuff, because I don't know. And I find it very interesting that he didn't really say anything groundbreaking. He just said stuff that should be said in a way that was maybe a little bit different than people were used to hearing it. But I never really saw him as being the answer. To me, I think they're better. I think they're better figureheads for that. And nobody's going to like this, but I really thought that the way Ben Shapiro moved from being a nobody who's going to end up being a clerk, right? Getting married and then going to work for Breitbart, and he was just kind of part-time, half-assing that, and then he had to make a decision whether he was going to do that full-time or not, and becoming part of Breitbart, and then moving from Breitbart to start his own thing when Breitbart kind of started going in a different direction. To me, that's a better example of what a complete man is, because he made good decisions in a timely manner and helped his family, and his family's arguably very well taken care of. Now, did he do it in a way that most people would agree with? I don't know. I don't care. I probably wouldn't agree with all the decisions he made myself. But
I think he was just one cog in the great mass that pushed back. You know, you had all the Steven Crowders and the.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about as a man.
Right,
I'm just talking about as a human being going out into the workforce, and he had a talent, and the reason that we know it is because we were able to watch it, right? Like there's a lot of men out there that do this stuff, right? There's a lot of men that go to work every day and they make good decisions and they make good investments and they invest their time and they learn a skill and they get a better job and then they learn another skill and they get another better job and the whole time they're taking care of their family and everything they're doing is to take care of their family. There are millions of men like that out there, but he was visible. You could see what he was doing because he couldn't hide it, right? Like he's in the public eye. So, and I always felt like Ben was a good, he's a better example, in my opinion, than Andrew Tate. Now, does he say things I disagree with all the fucking time? Is he arguably a bad person? I don't know. I don't know him. I've never had dinner with him.
You probably don't want to debate Zionism with him, but other than
no,
that,
no, definitely don't want. Yeah, I mean, but I thought that the debate between him and Destiny was like ridiculous. I honestly admire. Cat, stay out of the chat. Bad cat. Bad. Go to your corner.
The fact that the left still respects Destiny shows you how they're not making any progress whatsoever.
I agree with that. And the Destiny was so bad faith with Ben, and the way Ben handled it was so serene. Is that a right word? Calm. He didn't get mad. He didn't, he could have, and I think a lot of people would have. The way Destiny just like spurged out and just rambled on and said the same thing 80,000 times. I really feel like that most debaters other than Ben, and maybe Andrew probably would have just hammered Destiny at that point. But I think Ben did really well in that debate because he just stayed calm and he was Ben and he was just, whatever. Destiny, you're an idiot. Without saying Destiny, you're an idiot, he pretty much said, Destiny, you're an idiot.
You don't have to say it. We all know it.
Yeah, we all know it, right? We could read the room, right? We could read the room. So I really feel like that I consider him a better figurehead, if you will, of what men should be than Andrew Tate. That's just me.
Oh yeah, I don't even know why we're debating this. Like, why are we even talking about Myron and Andrew Tate? Like, these are not leaders of the.
Yeah, they're definitely not leaders. I think that they could be figureheads, right? They could be. We point to those guys and say, read their stuff and kind of get an idea, that sort of thing. But leaders, I don't know. Leaders is a strong word.
I mean, noisemakers and, drumming up conversation's always a good thing, but I don't really hear a lot of substance to either of their messages, so I'm not really sold on anything.
Yeah, this is pretty funny. I like this. Ben Shapiro is always right because his wife is a doctor.
Right?
That's probably accurate.
Do the women have anything to add, or are they just enjoying the conversation?
Well,
I just don't understand what
Josie's trying to figure out what's going on with her computer.
Yeah, she's like learning technology, and Kat's
I'm being the boomer in the room over here.
Yeah. Are you waiting for us to say something you disagree with, Kat? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
she's
agree.
vibing with the shrimps.
You're just like, yeah, you guys are speaking truth.
Kat will raise her hand when she.
Like Myron isn't it? He doesn't even dress well. Like, come on.
Who's one of your favorite men that you would like to discuss?
Other than your husband.
She has another podcast for that.
I meant like a public figure that you think is a good role model for
Steven.
Steven Crowder?
No, her husband.
Oh. Is he a doctor?
Yeah.
Who's not?
Where's Steven?
He's listening.
Yeah, but
so I like what's his name? Mike Rowe, the Dirty Jobs guy.
Oh yeah,
no.
He's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. He's awesome.
I mean, he's not very political, but he's just kind of like the buddy next door that you want to have, borrow tools from and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's the guy that you could go, like just hang out with on the back porch and just shoot the shit.
Who's the guy that's always giving financial advice? He's always saying like, "Don't go into debt" and stuff like that. Ramsey.
Dave Ramsey.
All of them.
Oh yeah. So there's
Dave-
another guy that I would recommend. In general in life, that kind of person.
So Dave Ramsey's local to me, and
Cool.
and all of the things he talks about, I know where those things are. Like everything that he talks about, and all of when he talks about how he lost his ass when he was really young, I know exactly where that is, the area that he's talking about.
But I think the problem is we lack a cultural, political icon. I think that's what the peg we're missing here.
You think so?
Because we got the basics covered. We got what it is to be a man. How to be honorable, do your job. Be a model citizen stuff. But then you have all these weird politics stuff that jumps up, and it seems like only Myron or Andrew Tate are the ones willing to go into those fights, and maybe that's why they're getting all the clout. So. Maybe
well, I think that what you've got going on with the Tates and the Myrons and all of that is for them it's their means to a revenue stream. And this is what I found repeatedly throughout life is that the people that you really want to listen to, the people you really need to listen to, they're too busy making money to talk
exactly.
to you.
Yep.
And it's not worth their time to stop and talk to you about it. And I found that to be true in pretty much everything, every sphere you want to talk about, engineering, electronics, whatever. The people that you really need to talk to, you just cannot get to them to talk to them, because why would they talk to you? Right? There's no reason for it. So at the end of the day, I feel like that we're not going to have an Andrew Tate style guy come out, because the guy that would is, too busy working somewhere. He, Mike Patey. So you probably have never heard of Mike Patey. Mike Patey's a serial entrepreneur. No. He's done a lot of really cool things over the years. Owned a lot of businesses, retired twice at least, and he just keeps working. His motto is "back to work." And have you seen the Red Bull commercial where they land a plane on the heliport in Dubai?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his airplane. He built that. He did the stunt. He trained a pilot to do it and everything. He was going to do it, but for some reason they let somebody else do it.
Shit.
And
I missed that one.
Mike Patey, he built an airplane called Scrappy and another one called Drago, and they're really famous. Him and his brother, he's got a twin brother. They're great people. They invest so much of themselves in aviation that they really don't venture out of that field, but they're absolutely 100% like men's men. They participate in rescue operations. They, go out and look for planes that have crashed and all kinds of things like that. Mike Patey's wife, I don't know his brother Mark's wife. I know Mike's wife. That's actually how I know Mike Patey, is I know his wife. And his wife is she's just as good a pilot, but she is absolutely there for her husband. And
can I get a panel poll real quick on what you guys think about the whole trad conversation? Any strong feelings either way from either side?
What in particular? What in particular about the trad?
What's your take on whether or not anyone's using that term properly? How do you define it? And do you think it's getting better or worse, or there's no hope, or we're just fine? Just give me your thoughts.
Anytime you make any term, it's going to get co-opted by people who are going to take it for whatever they want or try to destroy anything. So there's nothing you can do. Once you make a term, you're just inviting them to destroy it.
Allow me to start, and then feel free to correct it. Okay, so I'm a Gen X. I'm mid-40s. I was born and raised in America. So my version of trad life started with the fantasy the boomers were trying to sell us, that we live in a Donna Reed, Leave It to Beaver world where, all nuclear families are sound and perfect.
Buy a house and go to college type of shit.
What? Do what?
They didn't really sell go to college.
Yet.
And house and college. So if you go to college, you will be successful in life. I believe that lie. I was raised to believe that that's the key to success. Buy a house, a little white picket fence house, with the little dog and the cat and 2 children, 2.5 children, I think is the official fantasy.
Yeah, don't have children and a dog.
And so, but meanwhile, I think Gen X will tell you the reason why we are the Simpsons generation is because obviously it didn't actually turn out that way, like the boomers thought it, pretending like it was. And so, we answered that with apathy and sarcasm, but perhaps we should have done better and turned that ship around and actually made things better. And now we're so far beyond recognition. I don't think anyone even knows what these words mean anymore. So that's why I was asking, do y'all still feel like there's still some kind of hope or delusion where maybe we can start, regaining little pieces of that traditional life, or is it just gone completely?
Can I say something?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
You girls go first. I'll follow up.
So, going back to the traditional thing, that needs to happen, but it can only happen if we break down all the brainwashing that the men have, that they need to be feminized, and that the women have, that they need to be men. If we can't break that down, because they're both being taught to fear one another now. Women are being told, if you're not your own hero, no one's coming to save you. You can't trust a man. They're gonna, leave you, cheat on you, beat you. You'll be destitute and die in a gutter. This is what every female now truly believes. And then you have the men who say things like, I want to be a stay-at-home dad. I want to be a house husband. I don't want to work. I don't want to do anything. I just want to play video games and just stay home and
drizzle.
Yeah, drizzle.
I still don't know what that means. Can you please update me?
Drizzle.
Era.
That's like the
Brian from the whatever podcast period.
No, it was a TikTok thing because there was a sprinkle
description of it. It's pretty much Brian. It's like, no, she can pay for dinner.
It's
and
basically
I'm not taking a bullet for her.
It's the male gold digger, the male lazy bum that wants to be taken care of.
Boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
soft boy life.
The ones that look for sugar mamas.
Yeah, they want to sit there, do nothing.
Soft serve. Soft boy.
So
which is most.
And again, that's in reaction to the old, feminazi movement that now we can get jobs and now we're corporate masters and we don't need no man to tell us what to do. And then we said, okay, great, go make all the money and we'll stay home and and watch soap operas and do whatever. So let's just trade places for a while and see if that works out. And so yeah, that's definitely the hero you deserved, I guess.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, and that was also the sprinkle lady. She's hilarious. She's your traditional gold digger, I guess an Andrew Tate female type personality. She's very on that spectrum as Andrew Tate. She's just
spotted right on actually.
Yeah, she tells men kind of similar things, how to game. She tells women how to game men, just like Andrew Tate tells men how to game women. And how to get what you want from them. Like the men want to get laid. The women, they want provision. And that's just how they're very the super narcissistic, egomaniac, but highly funny, incredibly entertaining response to what's happened in society. Both of these extremes are they will destroy us all.
I think what the problem that happened was, it sounds like only the extremes would appeal to these people, but I think you had the middle ground like softies that also appealed to the Andrew Tates because they were feeling trampled on by women and emasculated and stuff like that. So it appealed to them anyway, even though they don't feel like they're gonna use women for financial investments or whatever, but they just want to get the revenge on the women that treated them badly or talk down to them or whatever. And so again, it's just this whole big cultural shift, and that's why it says nothing's improving. It's just getting worse. It's just like grifters grifting grifters and stuff like that. At this point, there's no substance or tradition left. What's that?
It's like griff.
Yep.
So
Grifter.
what I see as trad is, kind of very similar to what you talk about. And I actually still watch, like, when I work in my garage, or when I'm working on the airplane or something, I'll put on Gunsmoke or MASH and watch the old, TVs where men were, the old TV shows where men were men, and women acted like women. And I would prefer to watch that than anything else, because my problem, what I see happening as an older guy, is women have been lied to the point that every single woman, even really based women like Arthur Daya in our chat, who's been on the show now a couple of times, she firmly believes that she needs a safety net in case a man bails on her, and that has prevented her from being, really, in my estimation, I don't know her personally, and I'm just going based on what I've heard. My estimation is that has really prevented her from having a successful relationship, because she had to go to school. That takes time. She had to do residency. That takes time. All of the time that she spent when she could have been with a husband building a life, she built a career instead, because she's been told her whole life that she needs that safety net because a man could abandon her. And
so, Grid, you saying that, couldn't we say the same about your wife?
No, well, no, my wife didn't do that. My wife got married at 24.
Okay.
But it's a very easy difference. My wife got married. Now, she did have because she's an overachiever, at 24, she had a master's in finance, so she wasn't like, she wasn't in school till she was 25, or she wasn't in school till she was 30 getting a master's degree. She banged that right out. But her first job was barely anything. It didn't matter. It didn't need to be anything. So no, it's not the same at all.
Okay.
At all. It's not anywhere close to the same. And we, so it was a different path. And I'm not picking on her. I'm just using her kind of as an example of legend gone wrong, right? And I hope that she's not mad at me, because I think that I'm trying to.
She agreed with you.
Okay, and so she's been lied to.
Yeah.
And she, to this day, we'll have a conversation about women going, like being like our friend Kat there, who had a job and left it to stay home with her children, right? Because she doesn't need to work. She would rather be at home. And you could say, if you wanted to be mean, you could say, well, Kat, what happens if Steven leaves you? And Kat would tell you, I make sure he won't. And so I think that we've poisoned ourselves out of trad life. The toxins are very deep, and they're just going to be torn out, ripped out. There's no other way to say it. And so I like the idea. I really like the idea of being able to go back to a trad lifestyle, traditional lifestyle. I really do like that. And I think that at some point we will. I'm just not really sure what the pain is going to look like to get there, because I think it's going to be really bad. Not for me.
But can you define the traditional lifestyle?
He was trying. He was saying, like, when men were men, when women were women.
Yeah, I think
that doesn't mean anything, though.
He was talking about like the 50s and 60s type mentality that Americans had.
And women did work. The biggest fallacy of this whole fucking thing is this idea that all women did was sit around the damn house all day and vacuum and polish dishes and put on tea parties. But women worked. They had jobs. You go watch old Perry Mason shows from back in the 60s.
Shitty ass jobs, though.
They also had bigger families to take care of back then, which is a full-time job. So that's where
They did.
Culture
They did do that.
changed massively. I was getting ready to add something else, but Kat has been
Go ahead.
so patiently waiting twice now to share her thoughts. So
Interject.
Please go, Kat.
Please interject, Kat.
Yeah, so I'm fighting all the time on TikTok with women who are telling other women, sorry, online that they need to get their career, get their money right, and get married later. This is going on all over the internet. I see it constantly. I know it's my algorithm, whatever, but it's just so much. And all the comments are thousands and thousands of them with horror stories, with scare tactics. They're just trying to like ruin other women. And it's always single, unhappy women, women who are cohabitating. Their boyfriends don't want to marry them yet, telling other women, make sure or you're going to be this horror story. And then women who are just really like, you can tell just by like looking over in their pages that they're very argumentative. They're very negative. They're just miserable. Toxic. So like, toxic. Why would anybody put up with them? Like they have like this bad attitude. And then they also have this thing, if I couldn't do it, nobody else could. And what if I had gone to everybody who was getting a career and said, your boss can fire you. Your industry can collapse tomorrow. AI is going to take over everything. Why are you wasting time? Get married. Go start a family. Your family will be there when you're dead, not your boss, not your career, not all this other stuff. Or like the economy could collapse. Your dollar could be worthless. All that money you saved before you had your kids, before you had your family could be gone tomorrow and you still won't have a family.
Mm-hmm.
Well, none of that matters if you die alone anyway.
I think what I also see on TikTok is the moms venting / complaining either while they're pregnant and they're like crying because of just pregnancy symptoms. They're like, don't get pregnant, that sucks. Or because like the kids are running all over the place and they make it look like having kids is a freaking nightmare. Like it's always like, mom, like, don't have kids.
That's some of that gray
Then with
story.
the kids scream in the back, and I mean we see that shit all the time.
Well, it's not easy, but it certainly, is doable. But they make it sound like, it'll kill you and ruin your life or something, which, isn't helping. But the thing I was going to mention was
working.
Yeah, it's definitely working. Everybody believes it. So the double-edged sword that caused the paradigm shift was exactly what we were just talking about. That before it wasn't even an option where the women were the breadwinners and could just live independently on their own or whatever. They basically had to marry a man to be, safe and secure, which is, it's a blessing and a curse because it kind of helps maintain that nice natural patriarchy system. But on the other hand, it makes it sound like, oh, these poor women are so oppressed and they're slaves and they're, property and they don't have any rights and they're, and then all the men are just, walking over them like mats and stuff. And there's always, bad examples that can be abused in these systems. But I think they kind of oversold the fantasy that, once women get their liberty and freedom, now, then we'll all be peace and love and harmony. And all it did was destroy the patriarch system. And now we have no traditional system anymore. And now we live in these modern, postmodern times where we have to figure out economies where women make the same amount of men. And now you've pushed men out of the workforce because those were men that needed those jobs and needed those incomes to provide for their little trad families. And so it's just like a self-defeating system.
Well, so that's a good observation. Let me throw this out there. Okay. So when I watch the old TV shows from the 50s and 60s, women are working. Women are very happy. And more importantly, women are happy. And compared to now, they're much better. They're more elegant. Obviously, these are TV shows, but some of it is cast, pretty accurately, I think. Why do you think it is that we've gotten to the point now where people are rewarded for being absolutely horrible? Why is it that and we can obviously lay a lot of this at the feet of feminism. I'm an anti-feminist. We all know that. I'm patriarchal. We all know that. We should all know that. Yeah. And
rest in peace.
I really feel like that if we really break it down, it's women doing this to other women. You can't even lay it, which is what Kat was kind of saying. You can't even lay it at the feet of men, because men, generically, all the men I know, right? Like even the, not even the like good men. I'm talking about just even the kind of just okay men. All the men I know go out of their way to be at least nice to women, and they provide, they want to provide for them, they want to do things for them, they want to be a manly man.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that I don't know a few effeminate soy boy latte drinking jackwagons. I'm not saying I don't know a few.
Like them.
Yeah, I don't like them for sure.
Yeah, no, you don't, because you're from a place where they don't like gay people.
Yeah, we don't. I'm in a community that just really doesn't put up with. I mean, of course, I have a college here, so that helps their case. But at the same time, why is it, do you think? This is curious. I'm just curious. There's no right or wrong answer. Why do you think that is, that we have rewarded toxicity to the point now that the people that like Grace Thorpe and the people that Kat's talking about, how can they go into arenas like TikTok and all of these other arenas and literally script out the worst, most horrible behavior, and people watch it and listen to it and actually believe that it's real life? Why is that? Why do you think that is?
Can I answer that?
Go ahead, Josie. You're holding the microphone.
It started all off with because in the US it was always kind of a more capitalist structure, which is you work hard, you get the fruit of your labor. So the harder you work, the more you get, and it's about you pay for your own health care. You know, whatever the neighbor does doesn't really affect you in a way that it would in, let's say, where I'm from, where judging others, let's say somebody is overweight and shaming that person for that, it's considered kind of okay, because when your arteries are clogged, like full of arteriosclerosis because you're obese and super unhealthy, it's everybody else who has to pay for it. So we pay for it, we're allowed to judge you. And because of that, there is a lot of, I remember what my grandma would say is, you could get a divorce back then, but what would the neighbors think? Or a woman going to work is, you could either, I remember because my grandma gave me an article that came out like way back then, that it was, you could either be a seamstress, and you could grow within the company, and within like positions, if you weren't married and didn't have kids. So usually you had to choose either be a mom or become like a business super boss babe back in the days. But because of what would the neighbors think if I had a daughter that had no kids and no husband, like, sin, maybe, but what would the neighbors think? Like, that would be like a shame to the family and stuff, so you wouldn't really see it. But because we're such in a culture that is focused on do what you want as long as it doesn't bother me, like, you go to, I don't know, Starbucks, you see people show up in their PJs. Where I'm from, that shit doesn't happen. You barely see people get out without makeup, okay? Like, where I'm from, you show up somewhere without makeup, that's rude. You get me? So, we need to bring back shame.
Culture has changed, I'm afraid.
Sure, but I mean, we're literally, and I'm going to read this from Anson Knowles here in just a second, but sure, that's all accurate, I think. But how it, like, and I'm going to pick on just regular YouTube and TikTok creators. Why is it that they go out of their way to put the most extreme case of negativity out, and people eat it up like it's true, like it's real?
Because content is candy.
I get the idea of, you know, like I like satirical comedy as well. I like to see things that probably aren't real and laugh at it. I do. But I'm smart enough to understand that this is scripted. It's not real. Like every interaction I have with Grace Thorpe is like, well, it's obviously scripted. Like none of this is real to her, right? So why is it that we have sunk to the point, and I use the word sunk because I think we've lowered ourselves to the point where we believe that these women that put videos up on TikTok of their kids being bratty and them not being able to control them and having to do, 4 loads of laundry and, oh my God, that's so terrible, or whatever. Why is it? And it's obviously scripted, right? Because it's not that hard to do. I do laundry. Who cares? Why is it that people will watch that and believe that it's like true, like it's accurate, like it's in any way has any bearing in reality?
Drama gets clicks, and there's no drama like quote unquote reality TV where
right. I think it is the reality TV
because I get annoyed at their kids when they cry and run all over the place at Target for like barely 10 seconds. Imagine having to live with those things. Like, I don't.
Yeah. I'm going to run through this really quick. Anson Knowles, I really like a lot of your comments. I don't know if you make appearances, but it might not be a bad idea to have you up here one day. Pride is what has changed. When we redefined pride in our culture, was forced to degenerate. That's probably true. Pride was the primary sin of Satan. Mm-hmm. That is also true. It's very intelligent comment. Very, very intelligent comment. I'm going to also put this up. I do laundry. I was taught from an early age to do laundry. I know how to do laundry, and I do it better than anyone else, even my wife. My wife does not
my
do
boyfriend doesn't
really.
let me fold his clothes. Like the best.
I don't actually. So my to be honest with you, my wife turned my my shirts pink one time, and I said, "You can't ever do the laundry again."
Me too. I did that.
So women are useful, and they're pretty, but they're not pretty and useful.
Does she leave the kitchen kind of messy sometimes too? Because we'd have that.
Yeah, I'm cleaner than my wife is by far. I got a very specific kind of OCD that just
No, it's cool. Like OCD for men is so based because I wouldn't want to be with someone like dirty. I'd rather you complain about me not being organized enough than me complaining of there's mold all over the fucking shower. Fucker, clean that shit.
Old Anson's pretty based here. He's got it down pretty good. He's made this argument before, I can tell. So let's I'm going to change gears here because we could literally and we may return to this, but I just want to I want to talk about something else, and Kat and I were going to talk about tonight. At what stage of your dating relationship do you start talking to each other about, body count, sexual activity in the past, where the goals, couple stuff? At what point do you think people feel comfortable these days doing that? And silence filled the room. Silence is a big bit.
I feel like around commitment.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably when, because you're not going to go on a first date. How many people have you slept with, or you're insane? No one's going to talk.
Well, I mean, I think Brian would. I think Brian.
He's insane.
So what's your body count?
He is insane.
I usually save that for the second date, but I'm old fashioned like that.
Listen, if you're gonna ask that, you gotta lose a dad bod. I'm sorry, you can't have a dad bod and ask that dumbass question. No,
I don't think that's a disqualifier, Josie. I think you're just being picky. I mean,
come on. Ask for the body count on the first date and asking it as, "What's your body count?" I would just be like the same way I answered last time.
I think he
fucking 10 confirm kill.
I think that he just wants to cut to the chase, doesn't want to waste time. He's like, hey, these are my disqualifiers. So actually, and let's just not even talk about specifics.
Dude.
When do you start? When do you start? And when you're dating, start looking at disqualifiers. Right?
Immediately?
Yeah.
Immediately, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Before,
Immediately. Like, the
ideally.
minute
So why isn't
before
that a
we've even gone out.
disqualifier, Josie? I didn't hear your logic there.
Because whatever the disqualifier is, I mean,
Bill
we're talking
gets it.
about.
Bill gets exactly where the trap that I laid.
Why is it inappropriate to ask your date how many sexual partners they've had?
Okay, how about
even
this? How
early
about this?
on, like the first week of dating.
When is it appropriate to ask a guy if he's going to marry you? Like, this is like, you don't want to scare them immediately. You have
First
to
date.
give them,
If it's a good man.
will you marry me?
Yeah,
Who
no,
are
like,
you?
I'm sorry. Like,
No,
dudes are gonna fucking take
not
off.
will you marry me on the first date? Do you plan on marrying me? If
Yeah,
things go
guys
right?
the guys fucking hate that.
Yeah, you can't. My husband would have ran.
Yeah.
Well, you trapped your husband like a goat. I mean, come on, let's just be honest. Like,
some men know what they
She
want
can't
pretty
say anything 'cause
quick.
he did.
So it just depends on which one you ask.
So so in my case, with my wife, the only reason I went out with her is because literally she made it very clear that she was dating for marriage. Like, she wasn't just dating the date. We're not going out for a good time or anything. Like, I'm dating for marriage. That was literally the only reason I went out with her. There were a lot of cute girls I could have gone out with. But I was like, okay, she seems serious. And that's why I went out with her. So it may not be as blunt as saying, are you going to marry me? But maybe, say, hey, what are you dating for? Is this just for fun? Or, is this just drinks, whatever, things like that. Yes, Josie, you may speak.
Yeah. I just thought about it. And they say, like, women, what they say doesn't correlate with the way they act. So if you ask,
we know.
what's your body count? She's going to say something. Don't take what she says seriously. You need to, she will show you. She will not tell you. So you shouldn't ask. If you ask, that means you just don't get it.
Well, if you ask and she lies to you, and
how
then
would you know
find that
anyways?
out,
Hi. Sorry. And
when you find out later that she lied to you, that helps you evaluate
how would you know
her virtues? How would I know?
Would they know?
When she admits to it later on that she lied to you.
Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
Sometimes they confess later on.
Why would she do that? She's an idiot. Like, I'm sorry.
Or just honest. Some people can't live with.
Yeah, not all women are evil.
Not all women. Just most of them.
But I'm just saying that, like, usually
will tell you.
Usually, you can look at somebody, and based on their behavior, it usually correlates.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
Well, no, it's not the cover. It's after, like, you get to know her at some point.
Josie, calm down. Kat, go ahead.
You can tell by her actions. Can she control herself around you, even though she likes you? Is she jumping on you, or is she trying to get to know you and feel you out first? And that's how you know her morals and values. You don't need to ask. You can just tell. She's not jumping on my bones. She's not hypersexualizing everything she does. She's not doing this and that or whatever, or dressing like this or acting like this. You don't need to ask body counts.
But some men aren't so good at reading women's language, and so sometimes we just prefer the direct approach and try verbal communication and see if that speeds up the process.
That's a little autistic, but I think you need to be. You just need to pay attention, because people can lie. People can be very convincing. People can start new lives in new cities. You can't go off of that. You have to look at actions. And if they say something like, "Oh, I normally don't do this," they do. 100%.
People can put off false body language too, though, and act falsely just as much as they can speak falsely.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that.
Of course you haven't seen it. That's why they're so good at it. Because if you knew they were doing it, then they wouldn't be very good at deceiving you.
I'm talking about the people that I know very clearly, and I've known them their whole lives, and then I see, like, they maybe become religious later, and then they try to find a husband and they pretend, but they still will do the same things. They can't break that pattern. They just can't. Even knowing that it's ruining their lives, they can't stop.
I'm not saying that all men should be naive enough to believe everything a woman says to them. I'm saying it doesn't hurt to openly communicate with their dates and or future spouses about, you know, what they feel like sharing, whether they're doing it honestly or not. And men can pick up on lots of things, not just body language and actions, but whether or not the words correlate to their actions, and which is, again, more information we need to know before we get into a lifelong relationship with someone that we can't get out of. So, you know, it's just
the biggest mistake men make is to ask the woman what she wants, as if like I'm gonna take it straight out of the horse's mouth, as if that was the way to do it. It's no, don't do that, because she's gonna tell you, I want a man that buys me flowers, and her actions are the complete opposite. So never listen, just observe.
Or how about we just tell women what they want and simplify the process?
That works better.
Example?
Speakeasy's in the house.
Good luck.
Speakeasy is in the house. We are talking. We've been talking about a couple of different things tonight. Right now, we're talking about when do you start serious conversations when you start dating. I think it's something that I mean, obviously, I think you know. Unfortunately, we have two married people. One person is in a long-term committed relationship, and I don't know anything about Phil. So it's kind of a weird question for us. But
married long-term.
But I literally, you know, I talk to people all the time about this stuff, and I think that number one, I think that you really should have conversations like that fairly early on.
The sooner the better. Don't
really
wait.
The sooner the better, because you haven't established that attachment yet. Hopefully, you haven't really invested a ton of yourself into them, and you haven't asked them. You know, hopefully they haven't moved in already. Hopefully, you know, you aren't. You know, you don't have a bunch of stuff at their house. First date's probably too soon, but maybe, you know, I like what Phil said earlier. Second date, maybe
there
third.
Take it slow.
You gotta, but you have to start right, not right out of the gate, but you have to start pretty early on.
Hey, Mr. E. Sorry.
You need to get the sense of where this is going, because look, if this is just a good for now thing, then hey, there's nothing wrong with that. But you need to kind of know that up front before you start spending a lot of time and money.
Can you imagine any worse advice than telling young people that you should wait 3 or 4 years after trying to kind of read each other's body language and figure out puzzles and codes,
right?
And you're completely wrong about everything you guessed, but luckily for you, you spent 4 years wasting your time to see if you kind of like this person or not, or agree with that person? Is that a better advice?
Yeah, I think that's terrible advice. I think that it's one of those things where I read about this and I see this stuff all the time, where gurus are telling people that, oh, you know, date long, have long dating relationships. I'm like, no, that's ridiculous. Why would you do that?
How long does it take to
ever
pretty much get to know someone, really, when you spend quality time with them?
And the problem is that you keep investing all of this time, you keep investing resources, you're spending a lot of yourself on either side, male or female. You're spending all of you're investing a lot into this relationship, but there's no real commitment there. There's no marriage. There's no, you know, you're not actually not committed to each other, and the other person can just wake up one morning and go, you know what, I don't fucking like you, and walk out.
By the way, in their defense, just so I'm not, you know, blasting them out of the water or anything here, I completely understand where they're coming from. We all know the typical date is, you know, like dinner and a movie or whatever.
Sure.
Like once a week, you spend about an hour with this person, and you just talk about the weather and your favorite sports team, and really nothing of consequence. And so if you're doing that, obviously it's going to take years for you to make any significant progress on like what
at that point, are you dating with purpose?
Right. And so what I was getting at is I'm not the traditional type where, I just waste, years of my life going through these processes. I would just actually like talk to my date. We would just talk for hours and hours about all of our philosophical beliefs and our religious ideas and all that sort of stuff, instead of just, who they voted for in the last election or whatever and things like that.
Yeah. Tagashi, yeah, man, PM me on Discord if you can find me. I mean, the mods can get you there, or talk to one of the mods. I'm welcome. I'll have not anybody on the show, but yeah, pretty close.
I'll get the link.
Just the ninjas that you still didn't figure out how I got on the show.
I was wondering about it, and I was like, somebody had to have given it to you. Probably it had to be Josie, because Kat wouldn't. Kat's not brave
on my
enough.
alter ego.
She didn't give it to me, but she accidentally showed me.
Oh, yeah.
Josie.
Speak easy. The topic is how early in a dating relationship do you start making it real? Do you get real?
But with that being said, if you would like me to come back, I'd be happy to re-chat anytime you want.
Oh man, you've been great so far. So yeah, as long as you you're cool. I think you were on a panel I was on as well once.
Glenn Law, probably.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was cool. It was a good or Speakeasy.
Oh yeah, Speakeasy too.
Yeah, I'm going to be on for a little while. We're at only an hour in right now, so I go at least 3 hours. Other ways.
You've been going for a while. Oh.
Do you prefer Discord people? Is that what you said? Is that your preferred way to contact you?
Yeah, Discord's the easiest way, honestly.
I told you would get you would get used to it. Like it would take you a while, but
Can you put
I'm
your
always
link
on Discord.
Your Discord link.
The mods, the mods will get it to you.
Okay.
So. I just put in the chat grid.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Are you out? I fight.
No, I'm still here. I'm just saying,
okay.
If I don't want to have to steal Josie's link again to get back in here.
Oh no. Yeah, just yeah, it's okay. I was like, I just assumed
you had to screenshot that shit and copy paste it.
I didn't screenshot it. You left it open while I was typing it into my bar at the top.
But that's okay. Huh. I gotta be careful with that, I guess.
Put on the internet, it's there forever.
I mean, the link is only available for 10 hours.
You have a fun habit of showing everyone on screen what you're doing while you're messing with your OBS.
Yeah,
listen, I don't have much to hide.
That too. You're throwing stuff everywhere.
I mean, it's my live stream computer. It's not my personal computer, so it's really just streaming stuff.
Don't put your social security number on there or your credit cards or anything.
Yeah, I don't have any. I mean, I don't have no file.
Anyways, I just like to be fun and adventurous, so that's all.
Listen, it will probably happen, but you know what? If it has to be sold on the dark web, I will be the first one to do it.
You're gonna buy it yourself?
Ain't nobody getting my money. I did that to make money at a few years ago, back when I was going through the immigration process. I actually sold my own personal data, so Facebook didn't get to do it. Monetized it. You can actually do that.
Weird.
Could.
Mr. E, I actually need to talk to you about some of the artwork that you've done over there at the Crucible.
Sorry.
I really need to. I need to do some cool stuff. So, I'm getting a bunch of different things set up. So I need to PM you at some point. I'll do that. I promise. All right.
I got. I hired the teriyaki.
Huh?
I hired teriyaki.
You hired teriyaki?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's
Is
quiet.
he working for? Is he working for Noodles? What's up,
What
Speak?
percentage?
What up? What up? How you doing?
I see you have recovered from your 28-hour stream. Or 24, however long it was. It was long. It was a long stream.
They let you do 24-hour on YouTube now?
So you got to stop at 12 and then do another 12 anything that goes past 12 hours, it won't stay up. If you want it, you can go and clip the next part out. It just takes way too long, so I just don't even do it.
Yep, that's true. Yeah.
So what were you guys all talking about?
We were talking about how early in the dating relationship you should talk to the other party about silly things like, are you really interested in a relationship? What is your body count and your sexual activity? Do you have weird diseases that I should maybe know about? Just the basics. Just cover the basics.
What do you think about that whole AIDS thing?
Yeah, what do you think about that? Uh-oh. Kat's got her hand up. Go ahead, Kat.
Uh-oh.
I used to work at an AIDS clinic when I met my husband, so I got him tested.
Don't tell people that story. It sounds odd. Just say it.
Why? What's wrong with that?
Rachel Wilson is in the house. Rachel,
for me, I heard I met my husband at the AIDS.
No, I worked there.
Her husband is a doctor, so that's legit.
Oh, is he? Okay, that makes
now,
sense,
not when I met him, but like.
Oh, okay.
She trapped her husband.
Yeah,
we really have to record the story of the entrapment so we can play it over and over and over again.
But that's why I'm saying. That's why you can't say, "Do you want to get married on the first date?" What is wrong with you guys? You're going to scare every.
Hi, Rachel. Do you want to come on? Do you want to come on the show? I sent Andrew the link. Go steal the link from his.
Save it for the second date.
I do agree.
Second date? Are you kidding me?
Kat, you can't ask them to get married on the first date. That would be weird. Yes.
But should you wait 3 years? I mean, like, what's the reasonable
definitely not 3 years.
No, but
Well, okay, so Kat didn't do any of that. Kat trapped her husband like a wild goat. I'm not kidding. And she got his mom to help her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it was an arranged marriage. I see.
Well, he didn't know it was.
That's what an arranged marriage is when the other party is involuntary.
Yeah, it's a really great story. She revealed it to us last week, and I have been.
Yeah, you have mentioned it a lot. You seem very intrigued, Grid One. You have mentioned this story quite a bit. I haven't heard the story yet.
Oh, hey,
I haven't heard the story yet.
I'm a hunter that admires another hunter.
Ah.
I admire the skill which she showed in Josie's away. I'm gonna pop her down. So sorry guys.
There we go. I liked her fish. Oh, we still have Kat's fish. We're fine.
Yeah, well, we have real fish versus computer generated fish. Rachel, next week won't be quite so busy. Cool. Rachel, would love to have you on, actually. It would be awesome.
By the way, Speakeasy, who won the debate after I left? Was it the Libertarians or the Bootlickers?
After you left, Andrew came up.
No shit. Oh
yeah,
man,
bro.
I always missed him.
Yeah. And Andrew gave someone a spanking.
Oh. Well, I was
Shiva. You know Shiva, right?
Shiva, the Destroyer.
Shiva, not the real Shiva.
Oh, not
the real character Shiva. I mean the guy who goes by Church of Four.
No, I don't know this.
YouTube. Anyways, he was the second one that got into it with Andrew, and it was a pretty good back and forth. Shiva's not like stupid or anything. He didn't understand
money,
how the system works with the Federal Reserve, and like how the banks have to like literally loan the money and all this bullshit. So they're gonna probably talk about it again eventually. I would like to try and hook them up together because he's pretty good at debating normally, but
I recently
he didn't do a good job because he didn't understand the whole thing. So Andrew had sent him a link while he was on, got him to look at it. Hopefully he'll be able to look at it. Maybe he'll try again. But I mean, it's.
I recently met one of Andrew's new friends, a certain Jacob Winograd, who is a member of the Libertarian Christian Institute, which you guys might be interested in hearing more from. So just stay tuned. Also, I also heard Andrew is debating Dave Smith like in a day or two. Is that correct?
Friday,
so.
right?
I
If I'm
thought
not
it was.
mistaken, it's
Well,
Friday.
I don't know. There was something about it, and he was doing debate prep, and then he like stopped doing his debate prep to make fun of people. So either he thinks the debate is going to be like ridiculously easy, and there was no point in prepping, or the debate has been moved and not going to happen or something.
He's already prepping.
No, if I'm not mistaken, he was on earlier today, and he said that it's on Friday. If I'm not mistaken, I heard him say it again.
And he already prepped Grid 1, so I believe it's happening.
You got to think those like for instance those like TikTok invasions. If he could find them like ones that are like the topics he's doing, it would be good prep as well, right? You're debating.
I watched his earlier TikTok. I want to get in on the TikTok invasions. I'm just always busy when he does one. It's so annoying. I really want to get in on one.
They're fun to watch.
Like so much fun. So much fun.
So
I get to watch them. I just kind of want to.
So Grid 1, I clicked on that link to your Discord. It led me nowhere, and I still can't find the show we're in right now on your channel. So I'm so lost.
Really?
I'm on Grid 1 Motorsports YouTube channel.
No. It's an Unreasonable Man.
Oh, that's okay. Sorry. I keep typing.
Yeah. See, the Grid 1 Motorsports channel is the channel from when I had the race team. I deleted all of the race footage, and I just put some airplane stuff up there right now. And it has a few videos from this channel that I was co-streaming because of exactly what's going on right now. I just can't bring myself to shut that channel down completely because it's been around since like 2012 or something. So,
and your Discord link is where?
It's hang on, I'll put it in the chat. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, the one Josie typed earlier didn't lead me anywhere, so
I think Josie's just something.
She might have typed a letter wrong somewhere.
I think she's something, but it's okay.
She got me here, so she has some magical powers.
Yeah, she copied and pasted well. Okay. There you go. Gotcha. You're right. Appreciate there in the chat. Yeah, there you go. And anybody can join the Discord. It's the least active Discord on the planet. Nobody talks there because I'm always over in the Crucible or on whatever's Discord when I bother to talk on Discord. But it's a great place to message people and leave messages for people. So that's work.
Discord has become my new online instant messenger, like from back in the day when you just needed a quick way to shoot someone a message, but you didn't want to spend all day on there. So it's nice. I like Discord when you could have free speech way back in the day, but I've gone through so many server bans that I quit trying at one point.
Yeah. So Speakeasy Man, I got to ask you, how are you feeling after that massive stream, dude?
Oh, I'm feeling good, bro. Like I stream long. I've done a 38-hour marathon before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't sleep much. I got insomnia plus sleep apnea, so like,
okay,
my sleep is fucking next to none.
Yeah, I don't actually sleep that much either, but I don't think I want to be in front of a camera for that long. First of all, I can't sit still that long. Even now, you'll find that I'm always like moving something. So
yeah,
but yeah, interesting. So what else you been up to, man? I haven't been able to catch up with you since that stream. You've just been kind of gone.
Yeah, I didn't end up streaming yesterday night.
Cat has a cat. Wait, I'm sorry.
Cat has
Isn't
a cat.
that cat? Why would you have a cat?
Isn't it obvious?
Is it named Cat?
Is it?
It's a she. Don't misgender my animal.
Oh.
Is there just one cat?
I have two.
You have two cats, so it's a 3-cat household.
Yes, it is.
All right. That's very funny. That's hilarious.
Cat said based.
You're actually, you know, while we've got a lull, Cat, why don't you give us the short version of how you trapped your poor innocent husband?
Okay.
Without using sex. This is the important part, is she didn't use sex.
Well, because it takes, I think it's like 4 or something months before a guy can even fall in love. And if you put out too soon, they can get a disgust response. So even if you're not a moral person, let's pretend you have no freaking morals and you were raised, on the streets or something, just logically speaking, you should not be putting out if you like the person. So like maybe we can like use that as a way to get people. But anyways, so what was I going to say with this? Yeah, I met him. Once I realized I liked him, I did not. I'm not. Well, yeah. Well, it was like a slow burn. It's never, if you have a good relationship, it's never like some sort of crazy, passionate, lustful, disgusting thing. It's always just a slow burn. Like you just are calm and very at peace when you're around each other. That's what I think a good relationship is. It's just a peaceful thing. And you're just like, you miss each other when you're not there, but it's not like hormones and stuff are not racing. You're in control. Anyways, so with that, I knew he was a little bit freaked out because he had some obsessive ex-girlfriend that went crazy. And after they did stuff, she became like obsessive and stalking and demanding marriage. And he had just met her because he was a little degenerate before. He was. So anyways, so he was, doing his thing and I did not touch him. I was not, the first date handshake, normal handshake, nothing. It had to be like a very, very slow. Like you get a little bit of, and we became friends first. People just want to jump into things. People want to go 20 steps ahead to like, I want the commitment. I want to be married or whatever yesterday. And then they miss the slow burn of getting to know someone. But anyways, so yeah.
All good things come to those who wait.
Hi, Rachel.
And then,
like, what part of the story did I miss? I don't remember.
I don't know. I didn't hear the trap. I'm looking for the trap still.
Yeah, you laid.
Oh, the trapping part. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. So, and he knows this, and he's like very proud of me because obviously
he did not know this at the time, folks.
Of course not. But like, there's things
completely oblivious. He was an innocent young man.
Yeah,
he had his full life in front of him. He's been a victim.
Exactly. He's a victim, but that's fine. He's happy. Anyways, so, I mean, this is going to be weird just to say this without the full story, but like, whatever. Basically, once I knew I really liked him, and I wanted.
He met your dad and the credit check. Oh no,
that's jumping ahead. In the beginning,
sorry.
I mean, the first thing I remember, I wanted him to commit, to like be my boyfriend, because he had commitment problems. I don't know, attachment issues, whatever the kids say these days. He was a little bit, wanted to be independent, see what else was out there. One of those fools. And so oh my God, can you stop? She's so annoying.
We're having a conversation. Like, please, Cat. I'm trying to talk to
Cat to shut up. I do not have a cat. Cat has a wild cat.
Woof.
Cat.
That's a lot of cat going on. Everybody in the chat, it's great to see you. Look, it's Wicked Wally is in the chat. Man, the chat is stacked tonight. It is an all-star crew. We've got Chief Wahoo. We got Arthur Daya. We've got, it sounds like a boxing match in here. We've got Rachel Wilson,
Queen Rachel.
we've got everyone in the chat tonight. All you guys are awesome.
And Enzo ate his food.
So, all right, Kat, to take us back, she's decided that she is like this guy. I think the story starts out he was originally dating somebody else or something like that. No. Maybe you were dating somebody. You were dating somebody else and you broke up with them and then you found him.
Well, that's the long version of the story.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Like a Lord of the Rings, you know?
Yeah, like we don't want to get into
I don't want
everything.
the Lord of the Rings version. Give me the high spots.
Okay, so like
Speakeasy's already zoned out, so you're okay.
I was in my early 20s, so clock's ticking.
Clock's ticking.
To get 20. This done yesterday. Anyways, so I basically got him to commit. Well, first of all, I'm delightful, so like that helped.
You are delightful.
I'm nice. I'm like really cool to hang out with. Anyways, so I told him, like I texted him while he was at school or something, that I'm looking for something more serious. It was really nice getting to know him, but I just want like something to go somewhere. And then he ran out of one of his finals to come tell me that he had told all of his friends that he told them that I was his girlfriend, which he did not tell me. He would not tell me that. He wanted to keep his options open type of thing.
Most guys do.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't be like, so are you marriage-minded? It's the first date. My clock is ticking, honey. You can't be doing that. You got to do it slowly. They have to like you first. They have to like be like, she's kind of nice to hang out with, and then you do it. Like this is how it used to be. You used to have game as a girl, not just sit there.
Yeah. See, that's the kind of thing. That's the only thing that manifesting applies. Just don't ask for a label.
This wasn't manifestation. It was manipulation. Manipulation.
Just don't wonder if you want to be in a long-term relationship with that guy. For some reason, I don't know. I never had to do anything. Like I have a 100% success rate at locking down a guy.
You bludgeon people about the head, so
what?
You use blunt objects upon their foreheads.
No, Kat, I didn't need to do that.
Kat, so the next step was?
The next step was I needed to move things along, so I saw that his lease was going to expire and his roommate was moving out somewhere else, so he wasn't going to have a roommate for the next place that he got. So I put a little fuel on the fire by saying, well, things, because I was living with my dad, I'm like, things aren't doing so. Exactly.
Deception.
Look, whatever, we do what we got to do.
Manipulation.
Yeah.
Manipulation, deception.
So I told him that my dad and I were having a fight and I might have to go move with my mom in another state, and that, like there's just really nothing I can do because I can't make this work. I can't make it work. And then, we hung up and I waited. And then he called back with, I know it's too soon.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I know it's too soon. And this is going to sound crazy, but why don't we move in together? And I'm like, oh, well, I would never live with someone unless I'm getting married. And then he's like, oh, well, I'm pretty sure we're going to get married. Give me a couple weeks, whatever, we'll figure it out. And then I'm like, look, if by the lease expired, we're not married, forget it. Don't even bother.
Well, 1 year time limit. 1 year time limit. It's the expiration date on this deal. The contract expires at midnight.
Yeah. So I think when we moved in, we had legally gotten married because his mom. Oh, I got to tell the mom part. So he introduces me to his parents. His mom pulls me aside, and his parents are very religious. He's the son of a preacher, obviously. So his mom is like, do you want to get married? And I said, yes. And then she's like, do you want to marry my son? And I'm like, yes, but he has to ask me. And she's like, but you're sure? And I'm like, yes. And she's like, I'll handle it, sweetheart.
Yeah. And just like that, she invokes the mom. So now We've got two females scheming against this poor boy.
Mm-hmm.
This poor young man who's trying desperately to get through med school. He has no idea what's going on. He has no idea what's happening to him. He is a pawn of two women.
Yes.
Just minding his own business, trying to make
Minding
the
his
world a
own
better
business.
place.
Blissfully unaware of the machinery moving against him.
Yeah, exactly. So then, his sisters also liked me, so they, were very much on my side and persuasive. I don't really see the
We got
problem
more
here.
women. You didn't mention that last time. We have more women. Oh man, this poor guy. He never had a prayer. He was done. He was donezo. Donezo.
Yeah. But I mean, early on when he met my father, the first thing he said to my father is, "You don't have to worry about her anymore. I'll take care of her." First thing he said.
Now that's a bold move. I like that. That's how men should talk. I got this.
Yeah. And my dad was like so happy. He's like, finally.
Finally.
Someone decent. A real man, not someone who's like, you got to make X amount before I consider you.
Is that before or after the credit check?
Oh, yeah. No, that was before. And then he handed in his documentation. My dad ran all the credit and background checks.
I just love that.
Is your dad the Persian one? Or
Yes.
That's okay.
Was the dowry paid? Yes or no?
What?
Was a dowry paid?
His mom did pay me.
Based.
Was it goats?
Her mom
or
paid
sheep?
for the wedding ring.
Fucking based. That's Persian families, so.
Well, yeah.
And they lived happily ever after.
Whether he likes it or not, I'm kidding.
Oh, see, now this is where the feminazi stuff starts. Don't you start.
Whether he wanted to or not. That poor man, he's been a victim, guys. He's been a victim. He was trapped like a goat. And he didn't even have sex. There was no sex yet. He hasn't even had sex. He was like, he's just wandering along.
We did.
Eventually
we did. It's fine.
Obviously, you have a child.
Yeah, well, obviously.
So, yeah.
But, it was fine. I was smart. I wasn't
It is the view. That's funny. I like Rachel's comment here. I tried to tell Andrew he was too good for me and break it off twice early on. That's when I learned he does what he wants. And you can't tell him shit. Accurate. We all know that. We've met him. Or I haven't met him, but I've watched enough of his stuff to know that that's exactly what happens.
Another vote for men tell women what they want, as I clearly illustrated before.
Right. Exactly.
Can a woman be happy if she feels like she's good enough for her man, though?
What do you mean?
I don't know. You have to ask women. We never can figure out women.
Because I don't think, you kind of go...
Chelsea's trying to figure out women. We'll wait.
You always, do more, trying to, get better every day. If you feel like you're good enough from the start, you're not going to do anything to keep him. You're just gonna act entitled.
That's insecurity talk.
Well, I mean, a little bit's okay. Just a hair. It shouldn't be based on anything real, though.
Yeah, see, Rachel gets it.
Do you ever notice how insecure women are? Is that the problem with all this dating stuff?
Oh, definitely.
No. I think insecure is better.
You just said that's what was going on in your head, that you feel like it's never good enough, and so you're constantly worrying about it.
Well, because if you feel like you're good enough, you don't feel like you have to do anything. That just, as you existing inside the house is good enough, right? You don't need to bring him anything. You don't need to refill his water or bring him his coffee in the morning, make his lunches, because you're good enough as it is, right? You don't need to do more than that.
No, good enough still implies that you're doing some work in there somewhere. You're not just coasting on cruise control.
Yeah, but if you feel like he's just a little better than you, and you kind of have that, not that competitive mentality, but that go-getter mentality, you're just gonna do a little extra every time,
Of course he's better
Take
than
your
you.
job
He's a man. There's no contest. There's your first mistake, Josie. Stop overanalyzing shit. Me man, you woman. What's so hard to understand about that relationship?
The part where she goes and gets the drink.
That's pretty fucking easy. You grab the drink.
And
Okay.
that's all
You
we
bring
asked
it.
for.
Okay, Josie. If that was so easy, then make me a sandwich and then bring me a drink.
You realize making a sandwich doesn't require a fucking oven. It's piling up food.
First
no
of all-
cooking.
First of all,
Josie.
my sandwich needs to be grilled.
Josie, first of all, you have to go out in the backyard and kill the cow with your bare hands.
Grid,
I like Phil. Phil can stay.
can I borrow one of those?
Phil can stay. Phil can stay. That's funny.
I'm
And
in
then
Southern
after-
California. How do you think my backyard is?
And then after you harvest the fresh lettuce from the garden you planted, then you
I got
will make a
cucumbers.
good sandwich.
I've got tobacco leaves and cucumbers.
Plus, I don't know for a fact, but you can tell me, ladies. Looking good is not easy. There's work involved. Maintaining that beautiful image that you women have. So
Especially when you're Cat's age. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
and so
Josie takes up for you. Josie's always like, "You're so mean to Cat." I'm like, "Of course I am. Why would I not be?"
Me?
So there's a lot of
No,
a lot
it's
of
when
work
y'all
involved.
gang up against her with like Andrew, and she just looks like she wants to disappear under the desk, and you guys keep just piling up on her. I'm like, she didn't ask for it. Like,
I mean, she kind of did though.
what, for existing on your stream?
Here's Cat.
Hi, Cat. How are you?
Hi. Hello.
Nice
She hates
fish.
that shit.
Cat,
The
say
shrimpy are
something.
sleeping.
Say
Okay.
something.
What?
Say hi.
Hi. Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
Yeah.
Tell us that it's not so easy being a virtuous woman, a trad woman.
Who is a trad woman?
Who is a trad woman?
I don't know.
besides
I'm
you?
waiting for y'all to tell me. I've been waiting for like 3 hours now for y'all to answer my question. What is it?
I did that for all the simps, Cat. I did it for all the simps. You
Wow.
all owe me. I'll take payment somehow.
Just
don't
no
know.
feet pics.
No feet pics.
One
No.
Bitcoin.
One Bitcoin.
What
That
Bitcoin? What Bitcoin?
Speakeasy. Thoughts.
We don't have any thoughts here tonight.
What are your thoughts,
Oh,
Mom?
you meant thought. You meant
That's
thought.
on what part? What part, bro?
On
The
all the
story?
words we just said, yeah.
No, how would you trap a husband?
Yeah. How do you trap a husband? Speak.
I don't want a husband, bro.
No, if you had a daughter, what would you tell her? What skills would you give her?
Well, I would tell her to find a man that's going to protect and provide for her. I would tell her not to give herself to any man until she knows that this man is going to protect and provide for her. And I try my best to lead by example of what a man is supposed to be. Because a lot of the time, you're going to be the first love of your daughter's life. So to make sure she has this example of what a real man is extremely important.
Mm-hmm.
Solid. I like that. That's solid.
Yeah.
Oh, let's we can change topics a little bit here and there.
Your thoughts on age gap?
My wife's 5 years younger than me. There's a healthy age gap.
Kat, how old is your husband?
Like 3 or 4 years older.
3 or 4 years older.
See, it's natural. People know what that natural distance is.
I come in at 11 years.
That's fine.
Yep.
I think my parents were like almost 20 or 20 years.
So I would like to hear if you
Whoa.
like Josie.
Whoa.
Am I loud?
Really
Your
loud.
mic's up
Yeah.
a little bit.
Really?
Just a tad.
It's not so bad now. It must have been like the positioning or something.
Well, when you have
Yeah,
any
that's
in
weird.
your
You shouldn't
monitor, it
even
has
be
the.
hearing me from this mic because I have a different mic on here right now, so I don't know why that happened like that.
It does that with StreamYard sometimes.
Is it okay now? Everything good?
We can definitely hear you. Go ahead.
You do hear me? Everything's good?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Shit, now I forget what I was answering. That totally threw me off. Damn. Oh, I was gonna ask Josie because it sounded like you had an issue with age gap. So I would like to know, do you have an issue with a big age gap?
Not.
Oh, I'm so fucking offended with the age gap. It's like
Oh, okay.
so freaking controlling.
The way, okay, I couldn't tell the way you were saying it. I thought you had like you thought it was bad to have a big age gap.
She has, I think she has the biggest age gap, don't you, Josie?
No, my man, his words. He's only as old as the woman he dates. That's his words, not mine.
I think there are reasonable
driver's
limits,
license.
but that's each to their own.
That's funny. Okay. I don't I mean, I think it, this came up on whatever last night. They were all whiny about age gap, and I thought that was very interesting considering that,
He's actually turning 51, technically 52 next week.
And how old are you?
28.
What?
28.
So you're lying about that? You don't have to say your age. I thought you were telling us the age gap.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're really 28?
I'm 28, yeah.
Why are you locking up your jaw when you say that?
What did I what?
And how old is he?
No, because I'm not sitting down. And I'm
How
I'm
old
tired.
is he? I missed the first part. Sorry.
Technically 52.
Yeah.
52, 28. So that's one of the variables. First of all, like once adults reach, post 25, it kind of becomes irrelevant. I mean, because like even if like much older men date younger women, it's not really an issue because they're both adults. So who are we to intervene or judge? But I do think there is some sort of like reasonable range where like if you push the limits too far, there's just so much there's too much between you, like generation and culture and all that stuff, that it would make it harder than it needs to be naturally, of course. But again, each to their own.
So yeah, I did say technically 52 because so he came from Vietnam during the Vietnam War as like refugees, like they were brought by a church in Baltimore, a Catholic church. Yeah, because otherwise they would have died there, So everybody on the boat. And when they got there, because they were like 7 kids, his parents wrote the wrong date of birth on the papers. So they put the wrong date, so like on legally he's 51, but technically he's 52. So I just thought that was kind of funny. It was like his parents wrote the wrong birthday.
I don't think 1 year makes much difference.
But it's just kind of funny. So he picks the youngest age, so like
Arthur Daya, the whatever last night was kind of busted. I didn't actually watch that much of it. I watched it and then I left and then I came back and then I went to bed. So yeah, it was pretty bad. They were actually literally begging for Andrew to come back on to come on. But
not to be mean, but like is Q kind of boring?
I'm sorry?
I mean, nothing against Q. He seems like a super nice guy and all of that. Like, I would totally go and, like, have a drink with the guy and hang out. But on the show, like, he's pretty quiet.
Which guy?
Q.
Yeah.
Who's Q?
Q's the black guy.
Oh.
That was sitting next to Brian yesterday.
That spends a lot of money in product. So anyway, I don't like Q that much. I think he's okay. He's fine, but he's just, I don't know. It's funny. I think it's funny he calls himself a relationship coach.
Yeah.
I think it's funny that he's I think it kind of strikes me as funny that he's so quiet and non-confrontational, and basically he only calls people out on in basically when he's made to. He really doesn't do it otherwise, and he just doesn't seem to get into the mix that much. One thing I will say that Brian last night, and this just may be the new thing. This may just be the newest thing, is that, apparently Rollo Tomasi got demonetized yesterday, and he's claiming he doesn't know why. Maybe that's true. I don't know.
It wasn't even Rollo. It was Access Vegas.
Oh, it was Access Vegas. Well, they have strippers on, so that could be it.
And they're drunk and high the entire time, and you can clearly tell.
Yeah, so that could be, I don't know. Anyway, so Brian's kind of freaking out about it. And he was like, I think he was actually really mad, because normally he'll chide a little bit about some of the TTS stuff that comes through, but he seemed very upset last night.
The way you reacted to your super chat, I was like, Greta's not gonna like that.
Well, I mean, come on. That blonde chick had a jawline that looked like Joe Swanson from Family Guy. I mean, that was hilarious. like I'm serious, man. I was calling Wang from my couch, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Can I ask a dumb question real quick to show you how out of the loop I am?
Yeah, man, absolutely.
The Asian girl he has on there, I think her name's
Madison, yeah.
What's with the helmet? Does that mean something? Like, I don't understand.
No, it's just funny.
It makes people talk.
Is it like a World War?
She's literally just a prop on the show, man.
I didn't know if it had like some symbolic nature that he was trying to send code to his audience.
It kind of is, because people.
No, that was from old for like pranks that he used to do back in the days. They had those, and one day she decided to wear it, and everybody started talking, and because you interact with the chat, it boosts the algorithm, so she just kind of kept on.
Oh, okay, I didn't know. I thought I was just missing the joke or something, because I totally didn't understand.
Well, it kind of is, because people don't know the difference between World War I and World War II. And so every time, like, he has like his security guard dress up in a Chilean army costume, and people call him a Nazi and stuff.
I got you.
And Brian's like, no, that's not what it is, guys. And so it's he's still kind of pranking, right? Like, he's a pranking guy. I mean, he came from pranking, and he's still doing it.
Gotcha.
I think Madison is also like has some weird thing about her head or her hair or something. I don't know, some Asian thing. I don't know. And
Chat made that up. She's fine.
Chat made it up. Whatever.
Yeah.
But they also have because she's always wearing a hat of some kind, like always.
Are they like dating or something, or
no?
She has a boyfriend. She has a boyfriend, and she has and her boyfriend was on the show at one point. I forget which, like, it was episode 45 or 50 or somewhere along in there. He was on the show. Long time ago. They did a
stream like on one of the Clips channel, and Frankie showed up. Like,
well, he was actually on the show.
Yeah, but he was on there 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were testing stuff on the Clips channel at like 1 a.m.
She's an employee. She does all of the prepping of while Brian's running around like an idiot, trying to get cameras straight, and because he does it all himself. I didn't actually realize this. Josie told me this. I've had this backed up by a couple of different people as well that have talked, that have been on the show. And he is such a control freak. He does everything himself, or as much, and like everything physically possible. He does it himself.
Or micromanaging, if you do.
Very micromanaging. So
she's kind of like a mascot, would you say? Is that kind of like her role?
No, she briefs the guests. She briefs the panel.
Oh, like a producer. She
gets them to sign the waiver. She tells them where to sit.
Gotcha.
She makes sure that their clothes aren't going to fall off in the middle of the show. So basically, he has, as near as I can tell, he has 3 staff people himself, fearless leader. He has Madison, who does all of the personnel stuff, and Nick handles all of the behind the scenes back end, and Brian does everything else. Yeah, I do think Brian does a lot of the back end. He probably gets in Nick's way a lot, but
well, because Brian had to train Nick. So
right,
for everything,
right.
he tells Nick how to do it, and Nick has to remember. But like the person who has to come up with the way of setting up something new is still Brian.
So
Nick executes.
Yeah, man.
Grid 1 says, this is your show. I'm going to very carefully ask your permission to ask a slightly controversial question.
Sure, man.
Stir up some drama.
Yeah.
My very, very limited knowledge of At Whatever is about 2 or 3 episodes that I've got so far. And I
Sure.
kind of got the gist of their message. So from what I know, the Madison is one of the icons of their show. She's well known, well respected, and I believe she did an episode in which she informed everyone in her audience that at 18 years old she had a body count of 8. I think is what she said. And so I found that information interesting, since the entire point of the show is to shame women with high body counts. And so I was wondering your guys' thoughts on this topic.
So you'd have to go back and watch the first show that she was on to really get an idea of it. Her first show on, she came in with a couple of her friends, and they were her friends were still pretty degenerate, and they're like, she got red pilled this weekend, and she had actually just met her boyfriend Frankie, and he had basically red pilled her over the course of a week or weekend or whatever it was, and she like changed her whole life. And they've been dating ever since. And so she'll freely admit that she was a degenerate. I mean, she doesn't really admit it anymore. She did admit that, hey, I have a history, but now I don't. Now she's going to marry Frankie. That's it. The end of the day. That's the story. So it is pretty nuts. I don't hold it against her. I think it's fine. Look, if that's your perspective to say, hey, she's no good at all. She had, all of this, she had 8 guys before she was 18. Cool. That's accurate information, and you're welcome to feel about that any way you want. It doesn't affect her.
Probably the only women on that show who didn't lie about it, besides the virgins. So
maybe, but at the end of the day, she's in a committed relationship. It's over a year. I think it's over a year and a half now. And it seems to be going strong as any relationship in California could possibly be. And I just, I don't care, I guess. And I don't know why anybody at this point would. Now, if she started dating again, I think that changes the dynamic, because now she's 9 at 19. It sets a bad precedent. So,
I think you'll agree that most people, no matter what room you're in, don't like the openly hypocritical types that everyone hates and loves to call out. And so I think they're kind of setting themselves up when this is like public knowledge. And so I'm all for the redemption story and forgiveness, and
Sure.
We're all flawed and we all make mistakes and that sort of thing. But if you're in one breath, shaming all these people and saying you have the higher standard that they should, strive to achieve, yet meanwhile your, number 2 right hand is, pretty much in the same boat, then it's kind of hard to like judge from that side of the room. You might as well just put them all together on the same side and say, some of you made more mistakes, some of you made less mistakes, but maybe there is a better path or whatever. But anyways, that again, I've only seen like 3 episodes, so I really don't
Sure.
know the nature of the show. But
I personally kind of I didn't like Maddie at first. I thought that she was I kind of thought she was really being kind of fake, right? Like it just seemed to be too much that she went out with this guy over a weekend. He red pilled her, and now she's like turned her life around, right? But we're a year and a half in, man. If you a year is a long time to fake something. You know what I'm saying? Like it's and like her dad was. So I tell you that another interesting thing is, her dad was on the show at one point, and she had to say her body count in front of her dad.
That's not her dad.
But still,
That's not her dad.
That wasn't her dad.
Like,
That wasn't
I
her
don't know
dad.
if it was her dad or not.
Because I used to watch a Gladiator, and I kept up with a few of them, and I know that that guy only had a son and divorced once.
Why did he claim that's his daughter?
Because Brian likes to make content.
He made that up just for drama.
I don't know about that.
Holy crap! What kind of world do we live in?
Unless there's a kid I wasn't aware of.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust Maddie and her dad on this one, because he said it on the show, and he was very.
I'll ask her next time I go on the show. I'll ask her one-on-one.
He responded like he was her dad, because if an actor wouldn't have that much concern about this woman's life. But anyways, I don't know.
And there's some other things too. Anyway,
that's some high level acting if it was fake. But anyways, go ahead.
For a guy who got paid to get hit by tennis balls. Rachel was on nip slip duty. It's a mom reflex. That's true.
Rachel, if you wanna jump on, feel free to DM me or Grid on Discord.
Clover Tack sent $5. Just gonna make Grid read this. Pretty chill chat tonight. It is a pretty chill chat. Normally the chat moves too fast and I can't actually watch any of it. So I'm actually was looking for one. Somebody sent one. Someone said something about Brian getting sued. He's been sued a lot, actually.
Grid, only read the super chats, remember?
Yeah. I
Ka-ching.
that's coming, because I've actually got my monitors up, and I won't be able to see the supers when they, or I won't be able to see anything but supers once I'm on Streamlabs, because of the way it's laid out. Anyway, so Brian's been sued a couple of times. One of the ones I don't know, because it's very
was it the crazy raccoon lady?
No, she wouldn't sue him. That would be a serious mistake on her part. No, so I think he had some OnlyFans girl sue him because she lost revenue after being on the show, because they made her look like such an idiot. And I think she sued him for lost revenue, which I mean, she's a harlot. So.
Because OnlyFans are normally known for their brains.
Right, yeah. Like he went out of his way to embarrass her, right? Like, yeah. Anyway,
How dare you.
So, and then he had
Lydia.
another. Sorry,
Lydia Ren, the Asian chick with the raccoon.
Yeah,
Bro,
whatever.
if that shit was on YouTube, like, besides the fact that she was like trying to screw Brian over, like her whole act, that was kind of funny.
She did get arrested like the week after that.
That was kind of fucking funny.
Was it for pushing pills?
No, she did like some weird thing at
orgy party or something.
Yeah, she went to some party somewhere and did something. So at the end of the day, Brian's been sued a couple of times by various people. I invited him on the night. I don't, sometimes he'll stop by, but I don't know that he sued a bunch of people, but that dude's stress levels got to be through the roof. Like, it just, like, all the time. So, it's who knows.
So I guess getting back to my question, maybe
Sure,
I'm a bit too old fashioned, but is 8 bodies pretty much normal these days? Is that what I'm not
I have
getting?
no idea what normal is these days, man. I'm old.
What do you mean normal?
Let's ask the young people on the panel. What do you guys think?
About what?
about 8 bodies. Is that pretty normal these days?
How old do you think Kat is? This is always a great answer.
24.
Gee.
That's great.
Kat, you just need to start doing skincare routine videos, I think.
What's your secret? Is it goat placenta or something? Like
goat placenta.
De Chanel Sublimage.
How old are you? I forgot.
She's been married for 20 years.
And kids.
So you're
That's
like
a kid's part.
40s or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
then you're not one of the young kids. I was asking the young kids. They're like
right.
up here.
It was just funny because I knew when you said that, I knew exactly what you meant. You meant, oh, Kat and Josie.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
yeah.
You know what is funny? Like my boyfriend looks as old as Kat. So we look at each other like next to each other. We actually like people can't really tell. But they're like, "You're 50?" Nah.
Is that
my mom still think I'm capping? Like
maybe that's what attracted you to him was his old-fashioned values or something.
We just always had like we were really good friends for like many years before that. Like we were like each other's favorite person to like hang out with or like social events. We just always had fun together for some reason.
Here's a young person. Rachel Wilson said 8 is low these days. So apparently I am old-fashioned.
I mean, 8 at 18, it's like...
you're talking about at 18.
It's not low, but it's not unheard of.
I think 8 at 18 in California and Santa Barbara is probably ridiculously low.
UCSB
like she never even
she
didn't get invited to parties. Nobody liked her. You know, like
too many hosts.
Right. I'm just saying.
Hey, I'm gonna go. I gotta go do a couple things here.
Yeah, man.
Later, dude.
Yeah, you're still streaming in a bit. I'll come pop back in.
If you ever need me to raid your stream and turn it into a politics debate, just give me a holler.
I'll make sure, bro. I'll make sure you're the first one. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'll do it. All right.
I do
take care, everybody on the panel.
Hey,
take care.
Thanks, Speakeasy, for stopping by, man. I really appreciate it.
Anytime. Thanks for having me. I'll share your channel out on mine as well, too. Good.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much.
No problem. Take care, everyone.
Yep. Later. Night, man. We'll see you later, though. Yeah, I mean, I think that you just have to understand that if you're talking about Santa Barbara, anywhere in the greater LA area, 8 is like stupid low. So
also, Grid, you and I have eyes. I think we know why it was at least that number because she's easy on the eyes. So she's not hard to figure out. But
no, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's a cute girl. Seems very nice. She seems very sweet.
She's really sweet. She's really sweet.
Oh yeah, she seems like a really nice person. But like I said, the message of their show seems to be pretty.
No, she's a cool chick.
Chip and Flint, get Rachel the link. See if she's on Discord, so just send it over there.
Rachel, you can go check your message requests. I DM'd you earlier today because I was helping.
Do I still have the Discord up? Yeah, there you go. Just go there. They'll get it to you.
Maybe she can give us some insight on the exchange with Pearl and who were the other 2 girls in the room? I can't remember their names.
I don't remember their names either.
I just remember Rachel and Pearl.
Hey, Lauren Chen. I have a question for you guys.
Oh, Lauren Chen. That's right. Lauren Chen was there.
Chen.
Totally forgot
I got a question for you guys. Does the body count matter? Like that psychologist, what she said, like that chick with like the British accent,
Sadia.
That. So she said that body count has to do with the amount of like it has to do with the amount of options that you have. So that like a chick that has like a lot of options and a lot of opportunities that are offered to her on the silver plate, that for her to have like, let's say, a body count of like 10, if she gets
Thanks,
offered D like 20 times a night, to have like a body count of 10 after like 20 years, it would actually be low. Which I was like, but like that for a guy to have that, it would be like, because you don't have as many offers as a pretty woman that everybody wants. I don't know how she phrased it, but
I'll go ahead and answer for every man since the beginning of time. I speak for all men. The answer is yes. It absolutely matters.
Mm.
Also, some of us men are a little more contemplative than others, and so we understand the difference between incels and volcels. And so, obviously, a woman who could have hundreds of body counts but simply chooses not to is worth way more than her weight in gold. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Same for dudes.
That sword cuts both ways, doesn't it, Kat?
Yeah,
It
I
takes
do not want
two
a whore.
to tango.
Imagine a whore man. No, thank you. It's too much stress.
And as I'm always saying, which I think you've already agreed before, Kat, if we want more trad men or we want more trad women, we need to be more trad men, and vice versa. If women want more trad men, they need to be more trad women. It's just a feedback loop.
Yeah, why would a woman be low body count if all the men with low body counts would just stay with the skanky women? What's the incentive?
Or they're just incels to begin with, so
Yeah.
there's no real treasure there.
I mean, if you listen to the women on whatever, I am the incel. Because I get called an incel at least once per podcast.
He hates women.
Yeah, I love that. Who
I
hurt
invited
you?
her on.
I love the who hurt you thing. You did when you opened your damn mouth. Drake says only reading supers isn't the best idea. Sometimes chat users provide valuable topics of discussion without. Yep. To be honest,
We don't have to read
I
them
agree
out
with
loud.
that. Here's the thing. I try and catch all of them that I can, which is easy tonight because it's going really slow. But when it's rolling, I can't keep up. So the way you got to do it is, if you want to be seen, you want to be heard, you want me to post it, then unfortunately, you got to pay. Which again, as I always say, if you can't afford it, don't do it. Just get a hold of a mod; they'll get my attention.
And honestly, like my lowest, like I have the lowest super chat. So like it's
Rachel,
like 99
if you're
cents.
listening, I posted the link in Discord. Sorry, Josie.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, my super chat is at 99 cents, and like you send it 99 cents, I'll read it.
And Miss Wilson has joined us. Hello, Rachel. How are you?
Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me. Let me
Welcome. We can hear.
I can hear you just fine, actually. Really good.
I had my earbuds in, but they disconnected, so I'll just talk on my phone.
There you go.
How are you guys doing?
Peachy.
We're having fun. We're having fun. I'm having fun.
Yeah,
I don't know if
sounds
anybody
like you're
else.
having fun.
Yeah.
About time.
Well, I can't just chat with anybody because Andrew
That's
always
true.
says you're too busy with cooking and cleaning and
I hear the
all
pots in the
things.
background.
Yeah, I'm in the kitchen. It's always funny when people say, "Get off Twitter and get back in the kitchen," because I'm usually in the kitchen.
That's what people tell me that too. I'm like, I'm already there. Not right now, but
I know. There's always somebody around here that needs something to eat. So, but Andrew doesn't usually want me to, just pop on any old stream. But I think he would be cool with me talking to you guys because you guys.
I always send Andrew the link so that he can pop in. I was going to mention that. You could have just raided his, gone in his private areas. And
hey now.
There's nothing wrong with having standards. We should have more of them.
That sounds like fun.
I always because I feel like it's not that I feel like I owe Andrew. I feel like that Andrew's done a lot for me. So the least I can do is just give him, I tried. I don't always remember because sometimes I get busy, but I always try and send him give him the link so that if he just wants to randomly pop in, he can do that.
Yeah.
And I'm totally okay with that. And then also I do the same thing with Brian. Brian's always too busy. He's only ever popped in one time, although he did pop in the chat once and said like 2 things and then left. So
because I asked him.
I am officially outnumbered up here.
Yeah, it's a lot of women up here.
I got your back, brother.
Yeah.
It feels weird calling you Grid 1 because you have been such a big Andrew supporter for a while now that I feel like I should know your name, but I know we don't want to dox you, so I will just call you Grid 1. But you've been super supportive of Andrew ever since probably his first appearance on whatever. So the feeling is totally mutual. He has like pretty big respect for you. So
I think I told Andrew this when Andrew first came on. I didn't like him because he just sat there and he looked miserable.
Yeah, that first episode, he was just kind of getting his bearings, I think.
And then
we argued about that like 20 minutes on Discord, and I was like, just give him a shot. I'm telling you. He's good.
Beaten Cheeks was like, Andrew Wilson's my man, and I'm like, your man sucks.
It's like, I don't know about that guy. I'm like, trust me, trust the process. Give him a shot.
By the way, Rachel, I don't know if you've heard me say anything negative about Andrew, but if you have, just remember my love is a tough love. So I treat all humans equally. So there's nothing personal in anything I say.
Well, I don't know who you are, so
I'm Fi.
I don't know about it.
I'm I-Fi. He actually debated me once on verbal combat, and we were arguing about government and stuff. And so I've encountered him before.
So he probably wrecked you, is what you're trying to say.
It depends on how you see it.
Okay, so he wrecked you. Got it. Great.
But just so we're clear, as Grid 1 was bringing it up earlier, sometimes it sounds like we're attacking each other like really to the bone or whatever. But I agree with Andrew on probably about 90% of the things he says. So I don't want anyone to perceive this like I'm portraying him as the enemy. I would just, add little notes of ways to improve. Those are the conversations I would have with Andrew.
Well, I will tell you this, like people, yes, I'm the super submissive wife and Andrew is amazing. He's the most alpha husband ever. So I am very submissive to him. However, people don't realize that if you're not Andrew, I will fucking eat you alive as well. So
that part,
that's my wife.
Part.
Yeah, that is my wife. My wife is angry Chinese woman to everyone but me.
All men.
Yeah.
See, like people like I was on the show. Like I've been on the show a few times, and there's always in the comment section, "Oh, that chick she's so masculine. Like nobody would date her." I'm like, why would I be like feminine and submissive to you? Like,
yeah. No. I mean, we are all. This is when people will say, I mean, you guys know we have our haters and people love to talk smack and make up rumors and lies about me and Andrew. But it's like none of us are trad women, right? We're all born. I'm probably the oldest one here. I'm 43. I was born in 1980.
You're not.
No.
Cat.
No, I'm not. Okay,
No.
well, y'all look good for your age then.
Cat's older than you. Josie's younger than you.
Wow.
And I'm older than you, but I'm not a woman.
Well, excellent. But what I always say is like none of us are trad women, right? We're all born in this feminist ethos where we grew up swimming in the feminist water, and you have to deprogram it. Like none of us were just born trad. We didn't grow up that way. We weren't programmed that way. So people don't understand that it's like when I met Andrew, we actually bonded. Like our first date was me and him arguing politics and talking about it. We agreed on probably almost everything, but that was like our first date was staying up all night arguing about politics. And this was like 2007. So it was a lot of foreign policy stuff with all the war crap and all that.
Yep.
So like he thought it was cool that he met a girl that wasn't like a dumb stripper who didn't know anything. He was like, wait a minute, you know who the Secretary of State is? And I was like, yeah, of course I do. What's wrong with you? Like, why wouldn't I know that? He was like, oh, it's just, you know, he was used to dating hot bimbos. And I was like a totally different type than he would normally date. So we just stayed up like all night talking about, you know, financial policy and the Federal Reserve and like all this crazy stuff. So
yeah, I think with Andrew, like you mean, you wouldn't need like a woman who can kind of take it, you know, like the kind of jokes that he makes sometimes. Like I wouldn't see someone like all sweet and like,
so
you know, the dry humor jokes.
I tell people
they'd probably cry.
Yeah.
I've told people that my whole life, that I always had to have really strong women because I would just run over.
Yeah.
Your average woman. Like I just run them over. They wouldn't even they would never have an opinion. And so like my wife is like a ridiculously strong woman. She is fully capable of living life without me, which is awesome. But she submits to me. We're married. We've been married now for 19 years and, you know, everything's great. So.
Yeah, I love that. I love hearing that because I think being online, people get so many preconceived notions about who you are, especially how popular Andrew has gotten. They just make all kinds of assumptions about us. And then they go watch like our haters videos that they've made like these ridiculous
I mean, you guys
videos.
have it. Like you guys are kind of having it rough. Like, sorry, like it's pretty bad.
We get it so bad. So bad. Like people think Andrew was cheating on his black ex-wife with me and got me.
Where did that come from? I have to know because I've seen that.
Do you want to see the document? I have it.
I really don't. So these two women, I don't even want to say their names, but these two women who are known liars, known drama streamers, they're being sued by other creators for making fake videos, defaming people. They got paid money to make these bullshit videos about us. So what they'll do is they'll take maybe 5% of the truth and then blow up the other 95% to create this like whole narrative about your like, they went back to 1997. They're like telling people what Rachel was doing in 1997.
In 91, actually.
Oh, it was crazy. I was sitting there watching and going, what? What on earth?
Humans and their drama.
Oh, it was so crazy. And it was, Andrew and I were like, we're appalled, but we're also laughing because they got everything wrong, you know, just like everything wrong. And they're like documents, and they're showing you like fake documents and saying it's real and all this crazy stuff. So
the bigger your audience, the more enemies you're gonna make. So you're just gonna have to buckle your seatbelt.
The document might be real, but I mean, Andrew Wilson, that's kind of common. Like I'm pretty sure there's more than one.
Yes. And my name also is very common. So there are whole Kiwi Farms threads about me that aren't actually me. Like they found some other poor woman that she doesn't even really look like me. Honestly, the only thing that we have in common is like this long blonde hair. And they posted this whole thread about this poor woman and her life and everything about her, saying that it was me. And I was like, that's not me.
Just say that your family makes tennis balls or something.
Yeah, it was super weird. It's just so weird to see this stuff come out, and like they make crazy narratives. Like my daughter texted me because she was like, Mom, there's some crazy people on YouTube who are saying that you sold me on Twitter. What is going on?
I read that.
People who cannot take a joke are so fucking annoying.
Yeah, she's freaking out, going, what?
I thought that was hilarious.
All this stuff about me. And she's like, she goes, they found my TikTok. My TikTok is satire. Like, obviously it's satire because, you know, my kids are Zoomers. So
I mean, that was funny as hell.
Like, and there are kids, so they have this very like sarcastic sense of humor, and they're always like irony posting and stuff. And I think these people know. They know that, but they'll post it as though this is totally serious and completely real, like whatever some tweet I made like 4 years ago or something my daughter posted like 5 years ago. And they'll be like, look, she sold her child on Twitter. And then people will act like that's real. And I'm like, does that sound even plausible to you that I'm selling my kids on Twitter? Really? So it's been wild. I think it's because Andrew has gotten so popular so quickly and he has slaughtered a lot of the golden calves that are out there. So there are people, especially like Destiny and the whole DGG orbit really came for him a few months ago. I had that
our
one.
spy in the DGG.
Yeah.
Josie is our spy in the DGG. She's in there.
Oh, good.
I mean, I'm
good. You need that because they have great incentive. I'll just put it this way. I don't want to say too much, but they have a lot of incentive, okay, to take down certain people. When Andrew became like the one guy who could just humiliate Destiny easily in minutes, it was just everybody came with the knives out for us and made crazy accusations, wild videos, all kinds of lies, hilarious stuff. That's why, like on the Crucible, we have running jokes about Andrew's black ex-wife.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
And people will still message us and be like, is that true? Did you cheat on your black ex-wife with Andrew? And I'm like, dude, no. Like, of course not. I would never sleep with a married man. That's insane. Of course I didn't do that. Of course he didn't do that. But
even if you did, who cares?
Well, that's true.
Even if you did.
But that's true, but it's very frustrating. That's why on whatever, like the second whatever I did, I just addressed it because people make assumptions, and I do understand why they would make the assumption about me. They just hear, oh, she has kids with 2 other guys, so they assume like, oh, she must have been like sleeping with everyone and just getting pregnant with randos, and of course that's not at all what happened. I've been with like 3 people my whole adult life, so it's not like that, but I understand why people would assume those things. So after months of people speculating and making up wild stories, I was just like, all right, I'll just address it because maybe they'll shut up. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people are just going to still continue to make up wild, crazy stories about my life. So
yeah, I think that the whole like don't date a single mom, or if she already has kids, that's a L to be the guy who stepped up kind of thing. I think it was mostly targeted for towards guys my age, as like you kind of starting to date for marriage, and like they were just I know that the left was like shaming guys who wouldn't step up to the plate, and a lot of guys like my age, I remember like being 25, a lot of my guy friends were dating women in like their 40s. Some of them have like kids that were, you know, older.
I'll just be super brutally honest. When I met Andrew, my life was kind of a dumpster fire. Not because I was promiscuous. I never was. Like my high school boyfriend, we had been like together since we were in junior high. Thought we were going to get married, all those things, right? It was not like I was just sleeping with random people at all. And the thing about it is that he's not a public person, and I'm not going to come out here and tell all his business and put his deeply personal stuff out there to satisfy internet trolls. I'm just not going to do that.
Because they're never going to be satisfied anyways. So.
No, they won't. They'll still just make up shit, but it's like there was nothing going on. So people are going to make up whatever they're going to make up. So I was just like, I'll say my piece and that'll be that. And if people can either take it or leave it, and that's it.
Yeah, I just thought that was like a harsh reaction over like some chick baking a cake in a weird angle that made like big boobs look big, which was like, you know, a reaction that you would expect to see some, you know, the way that you reacted was something that
it was just a joke. Like, that's the thing about Twitter is like, I just thought I was making a funny joke and it blew up into this huge thing. And it really wasn't even because of my joke about her, which all I said was, hey, if you don't want all that cake batter all over your boobies, you could just like put on an apron or you know?
Yeah.
It was just a joke.
And pull your hair up. Nobody wants to have hair in the cake. Like,
yeah. Well,
So-
it was just me saying like we all kind of know what she's doing, right? But what happened is that famous baseball player Aubrey Huff, he got involved in it. Because he had been in her DMs and like trying to hit on her and stuff, and so he got in the mix. So it wasn't even really what I said that was a big deal. It was because he got involved, and then like ESPN picked it up, and because ESPN picked it up, then Fox News picked it up, and so it went crazy all over the internet, and it was like a really wild thing, and it just put a big target on my back because my tweet was the thing that kind of like started it, but it really wasn't the thing that made it take off. It was really Aubrey Huff and him being in her DMs, but also like criticizing her at the same time, which really didn't have anything to do with me. And me and Cake Girl, like, we made good in DMs. We're fine. Like, we called a truce. There's no more issues with me and her. But yeah, when stuff like that happens, it just, everybody's eyeballs are on you and everybody speculates. So
Do you mind if I? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Phil. Go ahead.
I was going to ask if you mind if I ask you a question about your exchange with Lauren Chin and Pearl.
Yeah, sure.
Do you feel like that? For some reason, that video was labeled a debate, and I didn't hear y'all debate anything. Did you feel like it was a debate between you guys?
It was really a debate between Pearl and Lauren because they have personal beef. And me and Isabella Riley Moody, we were just kind of like there. I think I talked a lot more than she did, but it was like Lauren and Pearl had personal beef, and it was supposed to be a debate. But what had happened was Andrew had just debated Lauren a week or two before that and absolutely crushed her. And she ended up kind of adopting more of Andrew's positions by the time that we showed up on Timcast together. Like, he really changed her mind on some things.
So she might have originally had a debate in mind, but then she already kind of changed her mind by the time she got to the show. Interesting.
Yeah, pretty much. But, I mean, Pearl will say the most controversial things, and, you know,
for clicks, mostly. Understood.
I mean, the thing about Pearl is she means it. She's not joking. She's not messing around. She's serious about she really believes that. Like, she and I talk.
But she knows how to turn up the shock value of her message.
Of course.
Honestly, I think she's freaking hilarious.
I do too.
Oh yes, very entertaining. But you know,
her delivery, I don't know why. It's just
she does it for shock value, though. I watching Pearl, I just think that she just says what comes to her brain, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, I think that other people read it as being, well, she's just saying that for content or whatever. But I've actually watched not a ton of her stuff, but a fair amount, and she just says it. Just this is it, and it makes great content because it's really funny. It's really funny.
It is very funny, but she's not like. People think that she is purely saying the things she says to get the reaction. And there's some of that. There's definitely that element. But she really believes what she says. Like, she's not full of shit. You know.
I never implied she was making up anything. I was just saying she knows how to sell it where it gets the most, reaction from, like the most clicks and views, the way she presents the information.
Oh, it was so funny on Timcast when she asked everyone. She's like, who here was a virgin when they got married? Anyone? And nobody said anything. And she was like, okay, then,
Yeah, exactly. See, that's the way you just open the can of worms.
Kat, can you read the super chat for me, please?
No, I can't.
You can't read that?
Come on. Tiki, what is this? Grid 2 Go-Kart Sports donated $2. My sprinkler goes like this. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, okay.
I don't do that, by the way. That's not me. I know that. I don't know why. I don't know who it is.
And comes back like this.
Yeah. I don't do
You're doing a great job, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Made by Jim Bob.
Jim Bob!
Jim Bob, you could be up on this very stage. I have invited you many times, so
come on, Jim Bob. You're
welcome to come on up and be a part of the program. I really So I don't have a problem with Pearl, and we actually, it's funny because all we've done tonight in a couple of different programs now is talk about Pearl, and I just don't find her that. First of all, I think a lot of what she says is interesting and needs to be said. I don't agree with everything she says, but that's where it kind of ends with Pearl for me. I really do think that she's okay. You know, she's just okay. She's
Yeah, you know, when we went on Timcast together, we were hanging out before and talking about like what we were gonna say the next day, and she really just had like personal things about what Lauren had said about her on Twitter that she wanted to address, and I was like, look, you are the wrecking ball that bursts the whole door open for me, and then I come in with like the historical facts and the logic and all the argumentation to back up whatever wild shit you said that kicked the door open, you know? So like me and her are a pretty good team that way, I think.
Sure. Yeah. I actually really I think that it's interesting that you seem to be a more level-headed debater even than Andrew is. Andrew's very level-headed, but you seem even more level-headed, you know, just even, calm, you know, and you don't seem to get very excited in the middle of it. So that's interesting.
I do, but I think it's a symptom of having 4 daughters.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You know, having 4
perfect
daughters, you
sense.
just kind of learn like I want to come out and say certain things, but you just learn there's a certain way you got to say it. But
Yeah.
I think what Andrew and I are a good team because he comes out and just says the shit that everybody wants to hear and that gets all the applause and the cheers. And then I come in and kind of, I do the same thing, but it doesn't matter if I say the same thing he says. It's coming out of a woman's mouth, a woman who's a mom. And so people take it differently. Even if my delivery isn't all that different, people take it very differently because they're like, well, you know, this is a woman saying it. So it's really interesting to see that. It's interesting to see how Andrew can say something and they all get offended and they all get upset and everybody's like, oh my God, he's so mean. He's so awful. And then I'll come on and say the same thing, but because it's coming out of my mouth, everyone's like, you know, she has a point there and we should probably listen. It just shows you how men are perceived as like mean and aggressive and, you know, problematic and toxic. But if a woman says the same thing, it's more acceptable.
We'll see.
Okay, now,
I wouldn't debate Andrew
have to
because
ask-
if he raises his voice, I'm just gonna start crying.
So I have to, that's kind of the perfect lead in. What is it with the man versus bear question that just triggers every single female on the planet?
I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked because I think this is a very deep thing. Most people are just like, oh, this question is annoying and I'm tired of it. But I'm like, no, this absolutely illustrates exactly what the programming is. I talk on my channel and in my writing and the stuff I do, I talk all the time about feminist programming and the propaganda and how strong it is. Women, and this is something that the feminist movements have done since the 60s, is portray men as abusers, as bad people, like the only thing holding every man back from being a full-blown grapist is, you know, the feminist movement. And if it weren't for them, you'd all just be chained to a stove and beaten every day and graped endlessly, right? That this is how things used to be and that it would still be this way if it wasn't for feminism. And women don't even know that they've been programmed with this stuff. So the bear question, what the bear question does is it shows how, like, if you were remotely rational, okay, you would understand that the bear is going to pose a much greater threat than any like random man. Any random bear is going to be far more of a threat to your physical safety than any random man. But these women have a perception and they've been asked, right? Brian will say, well, how many, like, out of every random man, what percentage do you think might want to like assault you or hurt you? And they'll say shit like half. They'll be like, half
Right.
of men
Yeah.
are just waiting to assault me. Half of men are just out there waiting to victimize me. And the only thing holding them back is like the law, right? Which is
right. Yeah.
totally insane. I have a piece I wrote on my Substack going out over the last 45 years of data from the federal government on this very question, proving that men are not the threat. And by far, your married husband is the least threatening to you of any man. But women don't think that. Their perception is every man is a Ted Bundy just waiting to get you. And where does that come from? Well, it's not borne out in the statistics. It's not there in the data. And it's not even there in your personal life. Because how many random men do you encounter in the first 20 years of your life? Thousands.
Yep.
Okay. And you're not getting raped thousands of times. You're not getting assaulted thousands of times, or even hundreds of times, or even dozens of times. Okay. So imagine that by the time you're 20, you have random encounters with 2,000 male humans. Now imagine that in the first 20 years of your life, you have random encounters with 2,000 bears.
You wouldn't make it that far.
How do you think that would go, right? But
you're not going to make it that far. So
no, they don't think that way. These younger women, they don't think that way, and they're operating purely off of programming and propaganda that tells them men are dangerous, scary, toxic, just waiting to abuse you. And they fully believe it.
They do.
And I just want to understand the whole like bear thing. Like do they think that maybe you're in the woods, you come across him, and maybe the motherfucker was just hiking or some shit? Like you come across a man, like, okay, you're hiking, maybe he's hiking too. I don't know.
Maybe he's a park ranger.
Yeah,
could be. So
I go mountain biking, I see men in the woods all the time, and it's fine.
Intel Wild sends in $2. Y'all hoes know how to prattle. I was actually going to have Kat read that, but I think watching her say hoes would just like blow some circuits somewhere.
I just want to remind Intel Wild that everybody begged me to come on here and prattle. So
that's right. I like the prattle.
Intel Wild
Viking Paradigm, $2. Yup, the man versus bear exposes the overt misandry. That's accurate. And so, Rachel, you probably didn't see this show, but I did a show where I had someone. I'm not gonna. I mean, I kind of know who it is. I've done some research, but I had someone email me back early on when I started this show that I was obviously, based on my comments on whatever, and here that obviously I hated women. And that took me back to when I was in military school. You know, we only had 2 women in the entire school. Yeah. And they both told me as a young man, I think I was maybe 16, 17 at the time, that it was obvious that I hated women.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean I hate women? And I'm like, what do you mean? And and it was just that it was because I stood up to them and I didn't just accept what they said, which is what we were taught to do at school. Like I'm literally being taught. I'm in a military school.
Yeah.
It teaches young men to be commanding and to have a commanding presence and to act in a certain way. And I was very good at it. And because of that, I obviously hated women.
Yeah.
And it was the craziest thing. And I'm like, it didn't like scar me for life, but it made me like, do I hate women? Really? Do I?
You hate low quality women.
I love my mom. I love my grandmother. I love all these people. And it was very interesting, but it was, and I later in life, I figured out that so one of the women was basically like a kind of a social worker type, and she actually worked for the school. The other worked for the, I think the county or the state, and was basically part of the licensing board. They came out to make sure that the school was operating properly.
Social service.
and we were, that all of us poor children that were, had to live at this school were getting all of the things that we needed, and the education was, all the certifications were up to date, whatever she did. And and that was the one that actually told me that I obviously hated women and had a problem with women. And I'm like, this is later in life, I was like, that's the biggest load of crap I ever heard in my life. But as a young man,
it sounds
as
like
a young-
gaslighting to me.
It really was. It was that here you have a young man who's a leader. I was the team leader at the time, and that, I'm doing all of the right things. I'm gaining ground at my school finally, because when I first went there, I was like terrible. Like anytime you start something new, you're terrible at it. And I was finally gaining ground. I was finally getting a little pride, a little, like I'm going to be somebody. And then here comes this woman. You hate women. And the other woman agreed with her. And I'm like, and these are the only two women within like 10 miles, right?
Yeah.
So,
oh yeah.
So it was very interesting.
I have a ton of streams that I've done on my channel about this phenomenon and where it comes from and where that mindset comes from and the programming. So, like, I have this piece on my Substack. It's called 45 Years of Data Proving That Men Are Not, abusers or something like that. Yeah. And it goes over the National Incidence Study, which is the most comprehensive data that we have. It's part of the Department of Department of Health and Human Services of the federal government. And it's not just like CPS data. It's CPS, but also all of the other agencies that are supposed to report any type of abuse of women or children. So emergency rooms, women's shelters, kids' school counselors, all these different entities that might be reporting this type of data. It's the broadest data set we have on this. And it clearly shows that not only are men not the threat, but that women actually tend to be more abusive. So when women do have a monopoly on force, so when they're like, teachers, juvenile facility counselors, women's prison guards, things like that, in the places where women do have a monopoly on force over other women or children or other people who can't just physically oppose them, women are much more abusive than men are.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And the reasoning for that is a couple of things. It's women are just more prone to emotional volatility. They're more prone to mental illness. And women don't grow up doing the rough and tumble play that boys do, which teaches them the boundaries of like physical force. You know what I'm saying?
That's
so
true.
Like, it's this whole in-depth piece I wrote just to explain and flesh out this phenomenon and show and demonstrate with the data that men are not these toxic, awful abusers, but this is what we've heard from the 70s. And the reason is because women's activist groups, feminist separatist groups, these radical weirdos who are in universities have just been like, they'll give you this statistic that's something like 1 in 3 women have experienced sexual assault in their lifetime. Now, people hear that and they think 1/3 of women are getting raped, when really all that statistic means is that 1 in 3 women they survey say that they have experienced some type of SA. Now,
Right.
This can include things like, oh, I consented the night before, but I had had a couple glasses of wine, so therefore I wasn't really consenting. It could be, I consented, but then the next day I regretted it. Or it could, the boundaries of what this means are so nebulous that it's almost useless completely. But people hear these statistics and they believe them. There was a widespread campaign in the 70s where they said something like 20 or 30% of women that end up in emergency rooms are there because of domestic violence. Well, that wasn't true at all. It was a totally falsified statistic. The actual statistic was 0.01% of women who end up in an emergency room are there because of domestic violence. So what they do is literally fudge the numbers. They fake statistics. They cherry pick data, and they create false narratives that make women think men are these scary predatory creatures when they're really not. And especially they'll say, oh, your father or your husband, those are the people you need to be careful of, right? It's safer for you to cohabitate with a boyfriend when the data says your married father of your children, the guy you have babies with that you are married to, is the least likely by a factor of 12 times to abuse you. Whereas lesbian relationships are by far the most violent and the most problematic. And then living with your boyfriend, you're just your boyfriend who you're dating, those people are actually more dangerous. So the whole women's liberation movement of telling women don't get married because you can get trapped in an abusive relationship, that was all bullshit. It took away the people in women's lives who are most likely to have a vested interest in their welfare, their well-being, and their protection, and bring in people like, mom's boyfriend into the situation, or you're just living with your boyfriend. Those are far more dangerous situations than getting married and living with your husband. But women have a completely wrong perception of it because we've had 50 years now of propaganda telling us that getting married to a man is the most dangerous thing you can do, and they believe it.
Well, that's the very surprising thing, is that they would come up saying that marriage is a patriarchal institution.
Yeah.
But if marriage is so bad, then why do the rich get married and the poor don't? Like, are they choosing to oppress themselves given their options?
Right. Yeah, that's a really good point, because that's the truth. I mean, now what we have is these like lower income brackets. They're the only ones having the kids, but they're having almost all the kids out of wedlock. Right? And then the middle class isn't having any kids, and the upper class is having slightly more kids than the middle class, not by a lot, but by a little bit. And those people tend to get married and stay married because they have, a lot of wealth and a lot of assets, and so divorce is not so great for them. But no, this is the things that people believe about this are total bullshit, and they're it's a combination of pop culture. If you think of like the most popular women out there, Taylor Swift, Beyonce, those types of, pop culture girls who,
terrible people.
Right, that kind of whole thing, like, I'm a strong independent woman, I can pay my own bills, I don't need a man. And then you've got like the women's studies departments, and you've got the feminist activist organizations that convince everyone that men are these horrible, violent, grapey creatures that are just waiting to assault you. It just gives these young women this completely insane idea of reality. So when you ask them, would you rather be in the woods with a random bear or a random man? They're like, well, the bear isn't going to assault me.
Nobody's going to eat you alive.
So,
Right.
Rachel, I've got to tell you a little story here, and I really want your opinion, because I think you're going to be, I think you've got some insight into this that's, or at least you'll have a really good, strong opinion on it. Unconventional Man, thank you for the $10, man. Really appreciate it. It helps me justify doing this to my wife. So when I got married, my wife had never had a job. She was in school. She was basically a professional student. She either had scholarships or her parents paid for her schooling, and she had never actually had a job. She actually complained about how much I worked because she had never had a job and never understood really what work was. So we get married. She starts working, not a serious job, and we do not have children for 5 years. Mainly because we didn't feel like that we could afford them, and we didn't want to add the stress to the relationship that would cause. And that was basically me really doing that. We ended up having children as my wife had been a professional for a couple of years, as she gotten out of school, that sort of thing. I had the shops. I was working ridiculous number of hours. My wife took care of the kids along with her parents helped to some degree. It's arguable whether they actually helped, but they helped. Fast forward a few more years, I'm getting ready to retire. I've done all I can do. They changed the rules of my series. I can't make money the way I was making it, and it was going to cost me a bunch of money to retool. At the same time that I'm winding down, my wife has now gotten a second degree because my wife's very energetic. She can't sit still very much, and she's very driven. So then she, right as I'm deciding, you know what, I'm going to retire, my wife's career is taking off. And at the same time, my son is at the age where I'm like, I have to take over teaching my son because I don't trust women to teach anyone really. But I don't believe women make good teachers, especially for young men. So at that point, my wife and I basically, I retired. I tried to get my wife to quit working and just goof off with me, but she's pretty driven. She'd put a lot of work into her degree, and she had some goals in mind that she wanted to accomplish. I said, okay, that's fine. So at that point, I become not only am I now the head of the household, I'm also running my child's education, and I'm not actually taking care of him, but I'm making sure everything gets done the way I want it done. And I'm goofing off all day. I play with airplanes, that kind of thing. My wife starts working, and she's still working, but she works at a high level. And it's an interesting dynamic because I don't have any problem with that. My wife doesn't have any problem with it. And our kids are awesome. But I've received some criticism that my wife should stay home, that why does she need to work? Well, she doesn't actually need to work, but she makes, and, without going into like too much detail, she makes like, a lot. And she likes it. Even if she didn't get paid that much, I think she'd still want to do it. And I don't need her to do anything more than she's doing. And I'm glad that, her being successful does not threaten me at all. I'm perfectly happy with the way I am. So what would but we have received, I actually get it from both sides. I get it from the super trad side that I'm like, that she should be at home in the kitchen. And I'm like, well, I cook better than she does. So I'm not sure how that works out. But especially, I cook all the steak and I mostly eat steak. So that's, what would she do? I mean, there's only so many ways she can cook me green beans and potatoes. And I just don't. And then I get it from the feminist side that my wife is working, earning money, and I'm sitting at home on my ass. I'm like, well, I made all the money to start with.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
I would like her to sit at home on her ass, but she won't do it.
I'm kind of glad you brought this up because this is something that, we struggle with too, is people going, well, Rachel's not really trad because if she was really trad, she wouldn't be talking on the internet or she wouldn't write a book. Here's the reality. Nobody is trad. Whatever the hell you think that is, it's gone. It was gone, 75 years ago. It's not a thing anymore. All of us who are born after 1970, we're not trad. The world has changed. So that's number one. Number two is everybody kind of has to do the best they can with what they have right now. I am, Andrew and I are fully aware of how the economy is. It's a 2-income economy now. It's very difficult for a lot of people. And what I tell people when like women ask my opinion on this, I'll say, do what you can to prioritize your kids and make them the main priority. If you need to bring in income, try to do it, with a remote job, a part-time job, something where your kids are still the priority, but you can kind of work the job around the kids if you need to bring in money. I had to do that. I was a firearms instructor and I would teach classes on the weekend with my dad so that during the week when Andrew's working insane amount of hours to support us, I could be home. And then when he's home on the weekend, I could go teach a class and make a quick $1,000 and try and, help contribute to the income because we had 5 kids. Yeah. So this day and age, you got to do what you got to do. But there's also a thing
But if
with
you didn't
women.
have to, the argument is that my wife doesn't
Yeah,
have
she
to
doesn't
work.
have to, but she might be in this. I always say this. You guys probably heard me say this on whatever. I said none of y'all have any business being in college because
Right.
95% of women don't. But there is a 5%. There is a 5% of women who are pretty exceptional and very talented and probably should be doing that sort of thing. And those women might also want to be mothers, and we should want them to be mothers, because why wouldn't
Right.
you want the exceptional 5% of highly intelligent, very skilled, energetic women out there having some babies? I think that's a great thing. So there's always going to be exceptions, but I
And we
think
just
that
had one. We just had one 3 years ago. So
yeah, I mean, that's awesome. What I say, like, as a broad societal prescription is just that, hey, we need women having more than 1.6 babies. Okay. So if you are smart, intelligent, exceptional, I would like to see you having 3 to 5, 6, 7 babies if you can do it. That would be great. That would be ideal. So I always say we should tell women, have your babies early in your life during your fertile years, and then in your 40s and 50s is the time for you to be doing, the stuff I'm doing. There's a reason I didn't do this until I was 40 something years old,
sure.
because I was having babies for 20 years and raising them and focusing on them and doing what we had to do to get by. And now that 3 of them are adults and there's only 2 at home and they're teenagers, it's like, oh, I have a little bit more time now than I used to, and I can do something. So I asked Andrew, like, what do you think I should do? I have a lot of options. What do you think I should do? He's like, well, you should do something with all that feminism stuff because you're really good at it. Like, maybe write a book. I don't know, do a YouTube channel, something like that. And my friend Aaron Clary said the same thing. He's like, you should do a book, maybe. Just give it a shot. And I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot.
And it worked out.
For
Kat, could you read Wicked Wally's super chat?
Sure.
Day and age, if a woman
I'd rather meet a bear than a female serial killer, because at least people will believe I fought the bear in self-defense.
That's pretty funny, Wicked Wally.
Guess what? I have my own money now, so I don't need you, and I don't know why I should stay with you because I can get someone better. You know what I mean? You guys don't have that dynamic, so I think it's
So
fine.
With my wife and I think your headphone cut out. I'm sorry, I didn't. We didn't hear part of what you said, but that's okay. I think we got the gist. I feel like that. The dynamic my wife and I have is always evolving anyway. So, I've been married 19 years and it's never gotten boring or dull or anything. There's always something new going on. So first of all, I enjoy being married. I never thought I would be, but I really enjoy it. We have a message for you. The Department of Numismatics sends in $20. Miss Rachel, the Inquisition patriarchy welcomes you. Please remind Brian I still require a certificate of authenticity for the blue-white cup. What that is. Yes. Also, would you prefer Led Zeppelin or Def Leppard on your t-shirt?
Led Zeppelin 1000%, obviously. Although I do like Def Leppard, but they ain't no damn Led Zeppelin, okay?
Yeah, I got to go with you on that one. Got to go with you on that one.
Yeah.
Hey, Grid One, I'm gonna go ahead and head out now. So
hey, man. Okay, Phil, I appreciate you showing up, and you're welcome back. Just stop in sometime on your way through.
Yeah, I'll give you a holler on the Discord. Ladies, it was a pleasure. I'll be around. Rachel, tell Andrew if he wants a rematch, I'll be available. So if he gets bored enough.
He takes all comers, so if he ever has an opening where he's letting people call into the Discord, you should probably.
He's fun. I always enjoy our exchanges. So he's a great guy. Here's a little parting thought I had earlier. I noticed y'all mentioned something about strong women. So here's what I like about strong women. They tend to create stronger men, or at least weed out the weak men. So either way, I like strong women. So more power to y'all, and I will be around. Have a good night later on.
Bye.
That
Nice
is
to meet you.
100% true. I go back to, I've only ever been able to date strong women for any length of time. Otherwise, I literally just run them right over. I just there, and they get really boring really fast. So
Yeah, I feel like Andrew has the same thing. You guys are like the same, very similar personality type where you're like extraordinarily masculine alpha types. And so like if I am really strong physically or mentally or anything like that, Andrew's not the least bit intimidated. He's like, "Oh, that's very cute. Very cool. Good for you." You know what I mean?
That's what I say.
He
I'm like, oh,
respects it. He
cute.
respects
Look
it,
at
but he
you.
knows I'm not even in his universe. Like, you know what I mean? So, and for
Yeah.
me, he's great for me because I had guys I had dated where they would say things to me like, "I feel like you just use big words on purpose to make me feel stupid."
Well,
You
yeah.
know? So, like, those kind of guys aren't gonna they're not gonna wanna stay with me, you know what I mean? They're not gonna like that. Whereas Andrew
Right.
doesn't give a shit. He's like and people ask, they're like, "Do you guys debate?" And we do. We always have. I mean, now we're to the point where we're, like, so in agreement after, you know, so long of working things through that there's not too
Right.
much to debate. We disagree on a few things, but not much at all. But early on, especially, it would be and it wasn't like we were fighting, it was more like we were sorting out different positions. Like, he would play devil's advocate on something, or I would play devil's advocate on something. And we just love that process of, like, working through the argument. And we're talking like, you know, 15 years ago we're doing this stuff. So it shouldn't be too surprising that we kind of fell into this by accident and that we both really like doing it and we're both kind of good at it because that's what we would do back in the day. Like our idea of a date night was like watching a documentary together. Like I'd make some good food and we'd watch a nerdy documentary and then we would argue different stuff about whatever the documentary was about. Cause we're dorks, you know? Like,
Yeah, you know, I get that.
that's what we do.
My wife doesn't like to argue with me because I don't have an off button and I don't have a safety switch.
Yeah.
So it's just either the full, you know, blood sport, kill them all, or just nothing. Which is why I actually really don't like to debate because I take it too seriously, and I'd rather just have a conversation, to be honest, at this point. One thing is that I find really interesting. And you said it, and I really like it. With my wife and I'm like ridiculously weird. You could say masculine. I don't know that I've ever thought of myself in that terms, but I have a personality, and I have an image that projects whether I want it to or not. My wife thinks it's fucking hilarious to have somebody tell her no or that they can't get something done and then have me go deal with it.
Oh.
She thinks that is the best thing ever, right? Like or you know, she'll be on hold with somebody that's telling them that they can't get something done, and then she just hands the phone to me. And then and then she just stands back and laughs. She thinks I honestly think sometimes that she does it just for fun because it's so hilarious. To her. To me, it's like I don't know how entertaining that really is, but you know, for her it's very entertaining. We have Arthur Daya, who let me give you a little bit of background. Arthur Daya is I don't actually remember how old she is, so I'm not going to say, but she is a doctor. She's an anesthesiologist. She is an amazing woman in that she paid off all of her student loans, which was in the 300 and something $1,000 range.
Lord have mercy.
Then she paid off. She saved $100,000 and was going to go buy a house. Could not take the idea of going $400,000 or more into debt again after she had just paid off almost $400,000. So she actually saved a couple more years and bought a house in cash. And she pays cash for everything. And she lives a kind of a Spartan existence, from my understanding. And she not a lot of frills and that sort of thing. But one of the things is that she really bought into the feminist lie that she needed to have a safety net. So what she's asking you is, because she is now older, she's been in a relationship for, I think she said 20 years. Arthur Dia, please correct me if I'm wrong. It's like 23 years or something, or 20 years. But now she thinks that he's not as interested in her anymore because she is getting older. And so she's asking, can you ask Rachel the college degree career safety net question, especially when divorce rates are like 30% around age 20 and decline to 8% in the 30s?
Yeah, so my opinion on this is controversial, but I think women need to be having more than 1.6 babies. I think we should be having a lot more than that. I think it's very backwards advice to tell women, hey, spend your most fertile years. And this is me speaking as someone who had my first baby at 20, my last baby at 32. It's so much easier when you're 20. Like the staying up all night with babies, the pregnancy, all that stuff is so much easier when you're in your 20s. And the older you get, the harder it becomes. Not only that, it becomes much harder if you spend your whole teens and 20s prepping yourself for a career, trying to get into a good school, going through your college program, your residency, all these things, and you get your career. Now you've got your degree. Then you have to build your career because, right, like even if you're an anesthesiologist, you're a dentist, you're a lawyer, anything like that, you got to build your practice. You have to build
listening
your
to her
career.
talk about it was like it was a great episode that when we had her on and she was talking about how much she had to work and all that. It's really eye-opening.
Oh, yeah, because this is what happened with my friends. Like me and my 3 best friends in high school, we were all in advanced classes, gifted programs. Like we were the smarty pants kids who were expected to go on to college, have degrees, have fantastic careers, and really be something, right?
Sure.
And I was the only one out of the 4 of us that did not do that. By the time I got done with high school, I felt like school is not for smart people. School is not where you go to learn, and school is not for smart people. It's something else. They're training you, they are programming you. You're taught to do certain things, right? And by the time I was done with high school, I was like, the thought of 4 more years of school, I was like, absolutely not. I couldn't stomach the idea of it. I was like, I'll just jump in the workforce. It's fine. So my 3 best friends went off and got multiple university degrees, like really high achieving. Like one of them got a master's in music performance, and the other, like from 3 different schools, she has $250,000 of college debt. The other one went into sports medicine, and the other one went into like ophthalmology. So they got these like really fancy, high earning degrees, fabulous careers, waited until their mid 30s to have kids. I did the opposite. I had my first baby at 20, and everybody told me, your life is over. Like, that's it. You're done. It's a shame you never did anything with all your talents. It's a shame you won't ever do anything with all of your brilliant brain power that you have. It's just so sad. I was told this for years by my mother, my friends, everyone around me. They just acted like my life was over because I had a baby at 20, like the Lord intended. Okay. Now I watched my friends go into their 30s, and all of them had this thing where suddenly the biological clock hits and they're like, oh shit, if I want to have a baby,
Right.
it's now or never, right? So they get married, they hurry up and try to have their first kid between like 34 and 38, the 3 of them. All 3 of them had a terrible time adjusting to motherhood because they had gone 15 years as an adult doing whatever they wanted, focusing on themselves, focusing on their career, working a ton, having full control of their schedule. And then they have to suddenly switch into newborn mother mode where, good luck, you can make all the plans and schedules you want, but it's not going to happen, right? If the baby stays up all night, or the baby gets sick, or you get sick, or things just, you can't predict life with a bunch of little kids. So
That's
they
right.
they had a terrible time adjusting. It was really hard on them. It was really hard on their marriages. And I realized, why do we expect women to spend their whole adult life focusing on education and career, and then when they hit 35, they're suddenly supposed to flip a switch and go into mommy mode. It doesn't really work for a lot of women, and they have a really hard time. So my advice to women is, don't do that. Focus on your family first while you're young. I know that goes against what the whole culture tells you. I know that everyone's going to fearmonger you to death about everything that could go wrong. They did that to me too, right? What if he leaves you? What if something? Well, stuff like that happened to me and I survived. It was okay. But nobody fearmongers you about what can go wrong with your career, right? So let's say you're a surgeon and you have a terrible accident and your right hand is damaged. Nobody fearmongers you about, well, what are you going to do? You've put all this money and time and effort into being a surgeon and now your hand doesn't work. Nobody fearmongers you about your career and the things that could go wrong. They only do that with marriage and motherhood. And
Kat, you have something to say about that, I know.
That's what I always say. Every day, like every other day at least, somebody says, oh, you had so much potential. What did you do with your life? Oh my gosh, whatever. And meanwhile, all my friends that did the career first, they're single. They had to get like artificial insemination. Like they don't have a father at all. There's nobody there. They couldn't even get they had to pay for sperm. It's like, congratulations, you have a great career, whatever. And then I'm dealing with all these career women, hanging out near my husband, like, oh, your wife doesn't do anything. What a loser. Oh my God. Like I have this, I have that. And it's just like, so
yeah. And men don't care about that stuff. Men are not impressed with our, men are like, what I want for the most part. There might be a few out there, but for the most part, men are focused on their own career and their own accomplishments. And they want the things from women that they can't give themselves. They want you to be a great mother. They want you to be a good homemaker. They want you to be like the complement to their masculine energy and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So I just always say, I think we give women backwards advice. You can do lots of cool things as a woman. It's not that you can't do anything else besides be a mom, but I think we tell women to do it backwards. And I think there's a lot of life after 35 or 40, right? Most of us women are going to live to be about 80, 82, something like that, right? So what if you have your kids young and you focus on your family and you focus on building your future as a family when you're young? And then as your kids start to grow up and get more independent and they don't need as much from you, then you slowly start to focus on the things you want to do for like when they're gone. Now, when I have grandkids, that's going to be the priority for me. Like all these books I'm writing and all this shit, that's going to be put on the back burner. I won't be streaming. I'm going to be doing grandma stuff because that's what I care about. That's what I care about. I care about my family. I care about my church and my community, and women are needed in that. We don't have that anymore. We used to have women who took care of the elderly, took care of the poor, took care of invalids, helped the church parish, took care of the community. It was like this super vital role that held communities and families together that women would do. And now all those women are in corporate cubicles doing bullshit all day and paying a bunch of taxes and paying a bunch of daycare. And I think that we see how badly society suffers when women aren't fulfilling that role. So I try to tell women, if nothing else, if they get nothing else from me, I'm like, it's awesome to be a mom. It's awesome to be a dedicated wife, like a loyal, dedicated wife where you put your husband first and your focus is helping him be his best self and help him achieve everything he can, right? That is loyalty, that is honorable, it's worthwhile, it's a fantastic thing to pursue. But what our culture tells women is you have to think about yourself. You need to be the queen. You need to be
No, she dropped out again.
keep communities and families together. And that's more what I care about. And it's more what I think people are lacking. There's a reason why we're all depressed and on anxiety drugs and the kids are all fucked up and people don't know if they're a man or a woman and all this other shit. So what good does it do you to have some kind of fabulous career if your whole society around you is crumbling and you have no family and you have no purpose and you have no support structure, and you're going to be Chelsea Handler in your 60s talking about how awesome it is to just smoke weed all day and order takeout or whatever.
So I've got a couple of interesting things here. And actually I want your take on the first one, and then I've got something else. So I tell and I guess it's kind of a hot take. I don't know, but I tell young men all the time that if you're not married by the age of 23, 24, don't get married until you're, 30 or in your 30s, because during that period of time, a lot of women are weird, and a lot of the women that you're going to date will be coming out of a bad marriage, where they got married too early and got divorced or something. And I've just seen it over the years in the shops that I owned and the men that I hired, that the women were just psycho, and they just really basically destroy these men's lives. And then when they get into that, and of course these men are trying to build their lives, right? Like they're working 16 hours a day. They're doing everything they can to have something to offer someone at some point. And then when they get in their 30s, they look back like I did. This is kind of exactly the route I took. They look back and they say, okay, now it's time for me to have a family. And then of course I tried to date in my age group, the women that you're talking about, the 30, 32, 33, 34-year-old women. And if they weren't divorced with someone else's kids, which actually wasn't that big a deal breaker for me, but it was a hard one to suss out who was good and who was bad.
Yeah.
But on the other side of that is you get the women who have done exactly what you're talking about, that have had their career, and now they're at this point where they just want to have a husband, and they're psycho. They're just absolutely crazy. And and so I ended up, of course my wife is 11 years younger than me, so I ended up dating a 24-year-old, and that was perfect, worked out great for me, maybe not for everyone else. And I just kind of, I'd like your input on that, because I don't know that that's I know that's kind of an odd take, but I kind of stand by it.
No, I think that's the correct take. I mean, the majority of single moms are single moms by choice, okay? Now, we're not talking about widows. We're not talking about women whose husbands abandoned them or things like that. But most, we know that like 70 to 80% of women initiate divorce, and they leave for nonsense bullshit reasons, okay? That's just the reality of how it is today. It's what my mom did. It's what a lot of people's moms do. It's just like, oh, Mr. Johnson makes me feel sexy and young, so I'm going to dump your dad and go with him. Those kind of women, are the single moms that you need to stay away from. And unfortunately, there's a lot of them out there. And the really super career oriented women who are very used to hyper focusing on measurable goals and achievements and doing things for myself and self-care and all this kind of stuff, it just is very hard for them to suddenly switch over to being a wife who's going to like be a caretaker for your husband and be a helpmeet for him and be very motherly. It's just, we train women to be competitive like men and chase career goals and all that sort of stuff. And so to expect that after them being good at that for 20 years, that they're just going to suddenly switch into mom and wife mode, it doesn't work out a lot of the time.
Right.
So it
Yeah.
probably worked great for you to pick somebody a little younger where she's clearly competent and intelligent and capable. Those are good things. Like this is something that Pearl and I both agree on, that we tend to be at odds with some of the other people in the space over. I don't think that being a mom and wife means, oh, you get to take it easy, you don't have any responsibility. I know women in the space who I'm friends with who are like, oh, I love being a wife and mom because I don't have to worry about anything. I don't need to think about anything. My husband takes care of everything. I don't even pump my own gas. I don't book airplane tickets. If we go on vacation, he does everything and I just show up and that's my life. I think that's fine for them. And there's probably a lot of women that actually that's probably the best life for them. But there's a lot of women who are very competent. I'm a really, like, I grew up in this Dutch Protestant work ethic type of a community where it was like, I was a high achieving person, a really competent person. Now, Andrew values that about me. He's like, I love it that if I'm busy and I'm working and I need to focus on my career, that I know whatever happens at the house, you've got it handled. I don't have to worry about you. You're not some dummy who can't handle business. You can take care of it. I think that that's cool and I think that that's good. It's just different for everybody. Like there's some women who are very, and I actually appreciate these women. I have friends who are this way. They're very soft. They're very graceful. They're very feminine. I tend to be a little bit more rough around the edges and I like shooting guns. I like lifting weights. And people will go, oh, Rachel's masculine. It's like, yeah, that's not the problem. The problem is the attitude. It always boils down to the attitude of a woman feeling like, oh, I can do anything he can do and I can do it better and I don't need him. It's always that sassy attitude that's the problem. It's not the fact that, oh, I have to be helpless or Andrew and I can't have a good marriage. It's not about that. It's always about the attitude. Because guess what? I can shoot guns, but he is the one who taught me how to shoot guns and he's better at it than I am. And I can deadlift 250 pounds for 5 reps, but he doesn't even lift and he could probably do that. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just more of an attitude issue of me understanding that, yes, I'm capable and I'm competent, but that doesn't mean I can do everything he can do or that I don't need him. You know what I mean? So it's,
right.
For me, it's more about the attitude than it is this competing idea of who's capable of what. Because you can be
And
a
that actually
really
flows.
capable woman, but you still need a man.
That actually flows right into something else I wanted the second thing I wanted to talk to you about. So when my wife and I had first gotten married, she was pretty feral, as women go. And I'm sorry, Kat, Kat, you make me laugh. So my wife was, she hadn't dated a ton. My wife is Chinese, by the way. I probably should have led with that. So fairly traditional family for, as far as the structure goes and all of that. And we had an argument one time when we were probably only been married like a year and a half at that point. And she ended up giving me a black eye.
Oh, wow.
She hit me. Yeah. and of course I didn't hit her. And I explained this because if I know how much damage I would have done to her if I'd hit her,
Yeah.
And I think that there's a lot of people that really don't understand that is the dynamic that you're really dealing with. Just what you were just talking about. You lift so much, but Andrew can probably lift more, right? Like my wife can hit me all she wants. I don't care. I mean,
right.
What's it gonna? I mean, okay, that's fun. That's neat. Good job, you.
Yeah.
Josie's back. I'm gonna put her back up there. But if I hit her, I would literally
break her face.
Yeah, it would really be bad.
Yeah.
And I just don't know that people understand that is really the dynamic that I really find it interesting that women don't understand this, because I've seen women get up in front of really bad people's face saying really stupid things.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
do you
I'm
guys
like, are
remember
you
the
nuts?
Antifa? Do you guys remember the Antifa stuff back between like 2016 and 2020, where
Yeah.
you would see some dumb little leftist girl in leggings and flip-flops walk up to like one of those Patriot Front dudes that's like a 6'4", like ex-military bro, and try and like literally fight him and be wailing on the guy to the point that he'd finally have to like shove her down and she'd just get knocked out from a little shove. That's a real thing. And it's because, like I always say, it's because men grow up tangling with other boys. Like when you're a little boy, you wrestle with your friends, you wrestle with your dad, your brothers, and you learn where the boundaries of physical force are. Girls don't learn that. They don't learn that growing up. And men are taught you never hit a woman, you never put your hands on a woman. So most of these women go their whole life and never have to find out the actual concrete reality until they decide to do something really stupid, like punch a Patriot Front guy in the face at a protest and get knocked out. So yeah, it's like, and they also grow up watching all these movies, right, where it's like some 105-pound girl kicks the shit out of 10 Green Beret dudes, and she doesn't even like spill her drink while she does. And they think that's real life. You know, they think that that's how things really work,
right?
Until they find out different.
Yeah. It's very interesting, I think. I just can't I've run into this a lot over the years, and it's really interesting it's an interesting dynamic to watch. And you're right. And we always say that, but I don't think people really internalize it the way that they really should, because exactly all of the things that you've talked about, I've seen happen myself. I'm sure you have too.
Yeah.
But it seems like there are people out there that still don't believe it.
They don't. I've had, like, if you go to my channel, I've had multiple debates with women. And this is one thing I wish people understood, because they'll say stuff like, Andrew needs to stop arguing with 19-year-old 304 dummies, or Rachel, how come you don't find women who are smart like you to debate with? And I'm like, listen, I want you to understand, this is the average modern woman. I know you don't want to believe that. You don't want to believe that that's true, but this is true. So like, I debated this woman who's a Twitch streamer. Her name's Nina. And I think this clip of our debate has like 300,000 views or something on the Crucible Limited channel. And Jake Rattlesnake covered it. Like a bunch of people covered it, because this woman sat there and told me, I asked her, if the entire electrical grid went down in like a huge region of the US, like say there was a big hurricane in the Gulf, and like you've got 4 states with no power, flooding, you know, just like a Hurricane Katrina type of a situation.
Sure.
Do you think that the women, all you leftist women, all you feminist women, are you going to go out there and rescue people from the floodwaters? Are you going to get the power grid back up and running? Are you going to, you know, put the dams back up and get the flood water removed? And she told me, yes, we could do it. She said it might take us a little longer, because like we'll have to figure it out, but we'll figure it out, and we can totally do it because we have tools. That's what she said. And she was dead serious. She was not joking. She was completely serious. Young women who've grown up in this technological age, they grow up, you know, it's just, I turn on my phone and my phone works. I turn on the light switch and the light comes on. I push the button on my car and my car starts. They don't think about what goes into making all of those things work. They don't understand that this modern world they live in is brand new, and it's built and invented and maintained by men. And that this whole illusion of I'm a strong, independent woman that can do anything a man can do is just that. It's just an illusion. The minute the power grid goes down, ain't nobody a feminist. There's no
I'm sorry.
feminist.
The second the septic tank goes to shit, nobody's a
Right.
feminist. Let me tell you.
Yeah, the second there's a disaster or an emergency, y'all are going to be on your knees for the first guy who can like get your cell phone working, right? You know, so it's like, but they don't get it. They really honestly don't understand that. They think that this modern world just exists and that they can just use all this technology and they're the same as men. They really believe that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've seen that same effect, and what I really find interesting is how many women really believe that technology or training or whatever can make them the equal of men based on what they see in like a Marvel movie or something. Did you see it's a viral clip. It's gone around a bunch, but it was on this girl on whatever said that some person that she knew, I assume that she said a girl, but used Brazilian jiu-jitsu or something
Yes,
to defeat an attacker with a gun, and I'm like, there's no way that happened.
That was Andrew. Andrew was on that one. It was a girl.
Was he on it?
Said,
I thought he was, but I didn't
Yep.
want to make. I didn't want to say that he was if he wasn't. But
yeah, it was the girl that said she had a friend who was 4'11", a female friend who was 4
Yes.
feet 11 inches
Yes.
tall, and that she broke 2 grown men's legs with jujitsu. Because they tried to attack her. And Andy was like, oh, really? Where's the news clip? And she was like, you can Google it. And he was like, where's the videos? And she was like, just Google it. And of course, everyone Googled it. It didn't exist. She made it up. It was bullshit.
Doesn't happen.
But they really think, I'm not kidding you. They really think that's true. And like, I have women tell me this all the time. They'll go, well, we have guns now. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Do you know how I know that? I'm a firearms instructor and most of my students are women. Do you know that more than half of my female students cannot reliably operate a semi-automatic pistol because they don't have the hand strength to work the action, to load the magazine? It's a spring-loaded magazine. They can't even get the damn bullets in there. Like, most of them have to use like a 22 revolver because they don't even have the hand strength or the like control to be able to operate anything else. So no, women are not going to overtake men with firearms anytime soon. It's not going to happen.
That's why women need AR-15s.
That's true. I don't, because I'm pretty exceptional, as you might have heard. But like, I do have freakishly strong grip strength, but I think it's from years of lifting. And Andrew started me on the biggest, scariest stuff because his thinking was, look, if I start you on a 45 and an AK-47, you'll be fine with anything else. Like, if I can get you used to that first, nothing else is going to throw you off. So he started me, like our first date that we went shooting, it was like, okay, AK-47 time. And then, shooting like a 1911 chambered in a 45, that kind of thing. And I was really great with that. And I was like, oh, this is fine. I can handle this. And he was like, wow, okay, this chick is pretty cool. And then we did end up shooting AR-15s, and that was a walk in the park compared to everything else that we started with. So, but no, most of the women I work with, they have to have 1 or 2 private lessons just to get over the anticipation of the loud noise. Okay. They have to have multiple times on the range, getting used to loading a magazine, getting used to racking the action, getting used to clearing a jam, because if their handgun jams, they panic, they throw it on the ground, they don't know what to do. Even when I went to get my instructor certification, the only other woman in my class, this was some bullshit, let me tell you. She brought her husband. Her husband was loading her magazines for her.
What the fuck?
I know. I was like, what the hell? Why am I doing this the hard way if I could just bring Andrew and have him do everything for me? I thought I had to display competence to be able to do this on my own, because if I'm going to teach people, I have to be able to clear a jam. I have to be able to load magazines.
She carries the gun and the boyfriend together.
Basically. Yeah, it was total bullshit. And they even let her pass. They let her pass. And I was just like, ugh.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, so it's the idea that women are just going to overtake men because of guns or tools. This is the other thing too, right? Women think, oh, just tools will do all the work. It's like, yeah, sure. Have you ever tried to operate a jackhammer, lady? You ever tried that? They don't even understand that like power tools are not easy to use either. They make a really, really hard job slightly easier, but it's still hard. Most of them have never had to touch grass. Most of them have never had to do any of these things.
Sure.
So they don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you, ain't no way women are taking over Mexicans' job around here. Like fixing something around the house. Ain't no way white women are gonna do that faster than Mexicans around here.
Yeah, true.
I think it's really interesting. I guess I find it all really, really interesting. I actually have a picture here. Let me see if I can get this to work. I sometimes struggle with the sharing of the screen. I don't know if you can see this.
Me too. Don't feel bad. It took me like 3 streams to get that right.
Yeah. It's It's an interest. I don't know why I tend to have a little bit of trouble with it, but that's okay.
What are you
I
having trouble with?
would always like either not have the sound right or not share the right tab. I don't know. It took me a couple times to get it.
I think
Yeah,
I think
that's why I
that's
have a
my
separate computer.
so that's my wife
Sheesh. I like the hair color.
shooting a match.
Nice.
And yeah. Back this was in Reno a few years ago.
Oh,
And
great.
yeah, and and she just randomly just, it's like we were pardon me. We were out I was going to go shoot the match anyway. I shot the 3-gun match the day before, and then they have this that's called action pistol. It's like USPSA but not.
Yeah.
The second day, and I'm like, "Hey, you should come and do this with me." And she's like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And so to get that out of the way. And so yeah, she came out and did it, and it worked out really good. I really had a great time, and she did too. So that was pretty cool.
I would
And
love to do some competitive shooting in the years to come when I have a little more time. I just need to get the second book out and all that, but I would love to do that. Andrew has no interest. He's like been there, done that with everything in the gun world, and he's like, it's fun and all
yeah,
that, but I would love to do it because I like technical shooting and that sort of thing, whereas he's
yeah.
more of a gunsmith oriented kind of guy, and I'm like, oh, I'd love to learn like really really hardcore technique stuff. I
There's
like
a
that
really
kind of
good
thing.
group in Michigan where you guys are at. I know the guys
You'll have to
that are up
introduce
there.
me.
I will do that. I actually I really will. And Vortex is up near you guys, and all the guys that work over there are competitive shooters, and they're great. They're great people. And so Sport Brand, that is a CRKT HC6 on my armor. I'm glad that you recognize that. That's a rare thing. Odd that you know that, but it was fun. It's like yeah, he actually that's exactly what that is. And so it's pretty funny. I sometimes shoot matches in armored division, and one of the things they require is a fixed bladed knife with a 4-inch blade minimum.
Wow.
So
yeah, that sounds
yeah,
fun. One of my older
it is.
daughters is like a really, really good shot with a pistol too, and I think I'm always telling her she should do it too because she's really, really good. She's just one of those like naturally gifted people where you just put a pistol in her hand and it's like, damn, she's just really good at this.
Yeah,
But
that's awesome.
yeah,
That's awesome. Were you able to see the pictures of the when I changed to my rear facing camera?
I don't think so.
Let me do that really quick. You can see that. I've been doing it off and on every time you would start talking about guns, I would do this.
Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty cool. I think this is the other difference when I figured out when I'm talking to other people online or like women especially. I grew up in rural Midwest America on farms, okay? So like all this stuff, like the tomboy thing is very common where I'm from. I'm not particularly special where I'm from. But when I moved to big cities to like work, like when I was really young and I was doing hair in Dallas or some big city, the women there were like, that's really weird, and it wasn't common for them at all. And it's like we all grew up hunting deer and fishing and shooting with all the guys out here where I'm from, so it's just normal. So I think a
Yeah.
lot of it is just cultural.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I grew up in rural Tennessee.
Yeah, there you go.
And I mean rural, like actual rural.
Yeah,
And
me too. Way out in the middle, like 40 minutes from anything.
Originally, yeah, and then I went to military school, and we were an hour from 5 minutes by car to the nearest neighbor.
Yeah.
Because there's all school property and everything. And so it was so I'm used to being, I think it makes you really comfortable being alone. Like I'm very, very
Yeah.
comfortable being absolutely alone. Doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, me too.
Even with the least little bit. Clover Tack, who is a great guy, was on his show earlier today. We had a great show. If you've you guys listen to audio podcasts through the day or whatever, go listen to it. It was a lot of fun. Clover Tack says, my youngest son got my youngest, I'm assuming girl, actually. I said son, but I think he has girls. Got a 5-year free college ride through shooting sports. There's a lot of benefits for girls in the shooting sports like that. My son shoots sporting clays and skeet and trap. As a matter of fact, I have a picture of him. Let me see if I can share this. You're going to like this. I think maybe, I don't know. Who knows? What do I know? I have a lot of self-depreciation. You just have to.
Me
just have to roll
too.
with it.
I
Just
tend to
have
be
to
that
roll
way
with
too.
it.
Andrew's always like, "Stop it! Stop talking about yourself like that."
Yeah. I just have a ridiculous amount of self-confidence, so I have to pull myself down a lot. Otherwise, it comes off as arrogant, and nobody wants that, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Andrew gets that a lot. Like, he's so arrogant. I'm like, well, if you were as good at everything as he is, you'd be arrogant too.
Right? Right. Everything. Yeah. If you were as good as me, you'd be arrogant too. Right? I was just saying, don't make it weird.
Don't make it weird.
Don't make it weird that you suck so bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, hi, doggy.
Yeah.
Hi, doggy. I have a kitty by me. I have 2 cats.
He's like little attention whore. Yeah.
I don't know how I managed to mess up some of my files sometimes. I had everything set, but now apparently I don't. It's all right. Whatever. That's fine. I have a really cool picture. My son took a third at the team skeet in the regionals, and now they're going to state in a couple of weeks, and he's actually doing pretty well. I'm pretty proud of him.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It's not bad, Kat, do you have any questions for Rachel? You look very bored, and I feel like that you should interact.
Sorry. All right. Let's see. You count me off guard.
It's hard to ask me questions when I just talk and talk and talk. I just kind of tell you everything.
Well, you have a nice flow of conversation, so it like just flows, and then you're like, somebody addresses you, you're like, huh? What?
I'm a chatty Cathy.
Oh,
cats eat mouses.
I do have a question. So I had an ex-boyfriend that obviously hate, but he stop.
Wait, what?
Okay. I just wanted to say them. Okay, I had an ex-boyfriend that he was much older than me. Like I'm young. I'm very young, way too young to be whatever. But anyways, he told me, he's like, oh, I'll marry you if you make $100,000. Mind you, I'm like a kid, haven't finished school or anything like that. And he's like giving me all these freaking requirements. Like, you need this amount of money. And I'm like, you're way older. You just started making like anywhere like kind of close to that. Like, what are we doing here? Why are you with a younger girl if you have these crazy requirements? So I just wanted to say, like, that is the type of guys that I see nowadays. They're looking for a sugar mama. They say things like, I want to be a stay-at-home dad. I need someone who's a go-getter so I can have a soft life. But they don't say it like that. They're just like,
right.
You just have to do that. Aren't you like, you're supposed to. It's just how it is.
Are you talking about Cheeks?
No, I'm not talking about Cheeks. What are you talking about? Ew.
Cheeks is not like that either. Like,
Cheeks doesn't care how much you make.
Cheeks doesn't want you to make shit, actually.
Just make babies for him.
Yeah.
Have
my babies, bitch.
All I can say about that is that those type of men have always made my ovaries recoil. Like I just.
Oh, why are we making?
Makes you
Why
skip
are we
your
bringing
period or some
ovaries into
shit.
this? When did this? We no. We gotta dial this back a little bit.
It's biology, Grit. Sorry.
Those kind of men are usually like allergic to me. Like they see me and they hate me on sight. I don't know why. And I have like zero attraction to that. So like I can understand where that would be a thing though. And I have friends who have fallen into that with those type of guys. But for me, it just wasn't ever an issue because if you were like that weak and soft, you're going to instantly hate me and I'm not going to like you. So it just wasn't a problem for me, but I can see how like nice, feminine, younger girls could fall into that. Like I said, I have a couple friends who dealt with that kind of thing. And I would just be like, what do you want a man for if he's asking you to be the man? Like,
yeah, my friends' kids are like in their 30s now, and I'm talking to these very good-looking boys. They're all fit. They're very, very good-looking. I'm like, why are you guys don't even have girlfriends, let alone none of them are married? It's really weird. And they're just like, oh, I'm just looking for a woman to support me and stuff. I want, to stay home.
Or just
and
to do
all of them?
50-50.
No, not even 50-50. They're just like, I just want like a part-time job. I want someone who has a house already. Like they literally have become the women. That's what we're dealing with now.
That's a lot. Somebody's eating a lot of soy.
Yeah, if that's the
How
case,
do you guys feel about the 50-50?
No.
No. No.
Can you carry the children 50% of the time?
Caucasians. Up on the screen is a picture of my son shooting skeet this weekend. That dude's gonna be a brute. He will be 14 this week. He is 6 foot tall, 180 pounds.
Sheesh.
He's 6 foot tall?
He's 6 foot tall.
Now he's 6 foot tall?
He is 6 foot tall today.
Damn.
Wow.
He'll be 14 on the 10th.
Well, that's some good genetics, especially like I'm guessing his mom is small because she's Chinese, so like Chinese ladies aren't usually very big.
I mean, she's not like super small, but yeah, she's smaller than me.
Yeah.
So.
Well, good for him. He looks like he's doing great. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's really interesting because everybody's like, "Oh, you have a 13-year-old? That's cute that he's shooting." And I'm like, "Yeah, my 13-year-old's like as big as me. Like he's taking my shirts and stuff now." So.
Well, all my girls steal all of my stuff. Like my makeup goes, my clothes, anything I have, they steal it. So. But that's what happens when you have a bunch of girls and everybody pray for Andrew. You can imagine, right? You can imagine what it's like for him with me.
So much estrogen.
Plus 4 girls, and he's like the only man. Poor guy.
So much estrogen in one spot.
That's why he just has no time for woman prattle. He had to learn how to just cut right through that
The
stuff.
amount of woman prattle that he has heard over the years, he's had enough. He's been abused.
And like growing up, he had all these older sisters. He has brothers too, but like the ones that were close to his age were his sisters, and so he was just like constantly sandwiched between his 2 sisters who were like their friends were always trying to date him, and like it was just always drama and stuff like that. So I think he just learned to cut through the red tape of woman prattle like early in life. But I actually have to get going. It's almost my bedtime, but thank you so much for having me on, you guys.
Oh, you are always welcome, Rachel. This has been absolutely delightful. I really am glad that you were on, and it's great to just chat. And it was awesome to see you on whatever. It's been unfortunately I haven't
so
seen
great
much
on
of the other
whatever.
stuff.
Oh, thanks.
Really good. And you're always welcome here. And like I say, I always put the link in Andrew. Well, I don't always. If I remember, I put the link in Andrew's Discord.
Sure.
And just DM it to him. So if he's bored or if you want to come on and he's not doing anything, tell him, say, hey, give me the link and
okay.
And you can come right on. Don't worry, just pop in. We'll accept you no matter what. So.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. You guys have done so much for me and my insignificant little channel here that it's the very least I can do.
Oh, no. You've been a big supporter of Andrew from, like mostly from the beginning, even if you
Yeah.
thought he
Well,
was a
once
little
once
bit of
he
a chode at the first whatever. That's so funny.
he looked like he needed to get, it looked like he either was or needed to be drunk. And so
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I don't know about Andrew. But the next show he came out and he just railed on him, so it was great.
Yeah.
It was just
Yeah, I think
great.
he just needed to get his bearings of like what that show was in person, which now that I've been there, I understand why
Yeah,
he
it's
would.
hard to read the room there.
Right, it is. Well, like, yeah, when I was there, like the first one, I was nicer too because none of the girls even really pushed back on my first episode. They
It was
kind of
such
just
a
rolled
busted
over.
Oh, that was
panel.
awful. That was awful.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
panel was terrible.
And then and those were all just like last minute girls we had to recruit from the street because only one person that was actually booked besides me showed up. So everybody else had to get recruited last second. They had no idea what they were walking into. So they kind of just didn't put up any opposition. But that second panel was wild. And like it was crazy because at the beginning, I didn't know if me and Leonardo were going to get along. I was like, I could see this going either way. Either me and her are going to fight and it's going to be vicious, or we're going to gang up on the rest of this panel. And that's mostly what happened. So it worked out pretty well that way. But yeah, the second one was a lot more fun.
It was great. Well, I won't keep you. I'm sure that you need to get to bed. I know you need your sleep. So, and Kat I'm actually shocked that Kat has stayed 4 hours. This might be a record. I'll have to check.
Pretty good.
School's almost over.
School's almost over, so she can stay late. Yeah, she'll be able to stay late then. But that's
all right.
funny.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. I'll see you again sometime
Good night,
soon.
Mrs. Wilson.
Good night.
Well, thanks for coming on.
Bye, guys.
Bye. That was great. All right. Mrs. Wilson is the coolest. That is correct. All right.
Apparently, I have an echo.
I'm not hearing an echo on this end.
No, you're not, but on my stream, it's like it picks from 2 outputs.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what you got going on over there. Yeah, Mrs. Wilson was quite awesome. Quite awesome. Kat, do you have any do you have anything you want to just throw out there? You look like you're wait.
What?
Did you get any recommendations on a chair?
Yeah, I don't have like $2,000 for a chair. Like, what do you think? What about
Nobody
this
does.
gives you $2,000
She's in the
for
middle
a
of a
chair?
house remodel, guys. She's lucky to be able to afford paint right now. So I ended up having to buy yet another chair. So I'm not a chair snob, but I kind of have to get a decent chair. I actually just got the chair that I have now because my wife's chair, while comfortable, doesn't have any backrest or support, so I can't do this, which is very important to me. When you girls start prattling on, it's
But
best
why do
thing
you
ever.
guys even sit down?
What are you doing?
I'm standing up. I'm literally like standing
Well,
up.
it is a standing desk. I don't have a standing desk.
Because I hate sitting down. It like hurts my butt.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not that funny, good.
Yes. Let the chat Sims buy you a chair.
Sims
How
never buy
great.
stuff that costs like a lot, unfortunately. They're usually broke.
They are actually. Yeah, I think I paid like 150 or 180 bucks for the chair
Facebook
that I have.
Marketplace, Cat.
Yeah.
I need something for my legs.
Yeah, this has a slide out like footrest thing or a leg rest thing. It works pretty good.
Or you
I
go
don't
check
use it
on
very
the
much.
Goodwill website. Sometimes because like
I'm
company
not
who
that
like shut
broke.
down. No, but they have some shit that's like brand new and you can expense it as a charity donation. And your taxes.
I suggest that you just buy a reasonably priced chair, put it in your house and call it furniture. It's good. But yeah, that Kevin Landers, you rock. You rock, bud. That was great. That was great.
Could ever buy a used chair? Well, sometimes you don't have any other options, you know?
Mm-hmm. So what about like hate stuff? Because I got some hate stuff.
Oh, yeah. We didn't get to you. We got to me, but we didn't get to you.
Yeah.
Let's go with your hate mail.
So
sorry.
I've been accused of being a man. And yeah. And
you have boobs.
You're training.
Well, I guess men have boobs now. Get with the times. And apparently I have a thick mustache that they can see.
No. I would have told you.
I mean, I am half Persian, but I didn't
realize
it
was that.
Paint Pro, I think they canceled the TikTok invasion. Otherwise, I would be there right now. But yeah, if he does the invasion, I will. We will shut down, and I will go do that. So I will have fun with that. I really want to. Continue. Sorry.
What?
Your mustache.
Oh yeah.
You have a mustache? Wait.
I'm being accused of, full mustache. What?
There's no mustache.
I would have told you. Like I can't. My filter is like it really sucks.
There's no mustache. There's no mustache.
If there was a mustache, I would have let it slip by now.
Well, anyways. Yeah, and then what else? Well, just women have been messaging me hate, but like nothing interesting.
Of course they do.
Nothing interesting. Like it's always like, I hope your husband leaves you, and I hope you're on the streets and all this stuff. And it's just like, you guys seem nice.
Yeah.
They seem nice.
So I always reply like, oh my God, thank you for like watching my content. I'm so honored.
Damn.
Should I reply?
I think it's kind of fun if you have the time.
Yeah, if you reply, actually, you're less likely to get some because they always put out there thinking that you're not even going to read it.
Oh.
So, yeah. They think because they don't see you as a person. They just see you as a fictional character because you're behind a screen.
Mm-hmm.
So they think that you're not in the comment section. You're like,
I have been accused. I have been accused of being a plant, being completely fake. I'm an employee of Brian's.
By who?
By various trolls.
Receipts or it didn't happen.
I don't put stuff out there like that. It gives them too much fame. Gives them too much fame. I don't even mention their names, screen names or otherwise. I find that if I don't feed them, they starve. So
no, they keep on going. Trust me, I've been doing.
Well, that
Instagram
just gives me
for
more
a while.
material. I mean, So apparently, Andrew is doing a TikTok invasion in 20 minutes. So, Kat, you might actually make it a full stream.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
So you guys can keep this.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Kat
now
has
is vehicle fixed.
Like Kat, you would not be an attractive man. I'm just telling
Why not? What are you talking about? I would be
There's a
great
filter.
looking
We
can
can check.
There's a
Kat,
filter.
do you have the snap camera?
What's that?
The Snapchat camera on your computer. There's a filter that shows you how you would look like as a dude.
Oh my God, I think I did that. Not on.
Yeah.
What?
A long time ago.
How am I getting in trouble? What am I? Wait, I missed something. I gotta go up.
I was so hot.
Saw myself as a dude. I was kind of scary. I looked like Berto.
No.
Seriously.
Like a really pale Berto.
No, they actually put me darker.
Do you feel like your dad now, Kat?
I look nothing like my dad. We just have the same skin color and stuff, but
no.
I have like more like my mom's structure.
That's probably fortunate.
Thank God.
Fortunate.
It could have been rough.
Could have been rough, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Like that chick on whatever last night. Did you see her jawline? I mean, my God. That was like looking at Joe Swanson from freaking Family Guy. It was, huh? What? I'm being serious. It was really bad. Like I literally was like, is anybody else calling Thunder from Under? So
I rarely watch it on Tuesday because I'm writing. And if I do, it's like from my phone, it's like a tiny screen, and I usually just play it on like 140 resolution because
yeah,
like,
pink shirt. She has the pink shirt on. Go, you can. I mean, if you dare, go check it out. But
and one of them was like super fast.
I think you could safely call Wang on that one. Yeah, I called her a linebacker. I'm like, this is a linebacker in pink. What does she bench?
I don't know. I feel like the whole like making fun of appearance is like, it's really like your jawline. It's really not something you can change. So that's kind of like lame.
If I could, I would.
Bay Street Racer. I did too. And actually, I TTS that we needed to leave her alone because she at least was not a whore. She's just big. That's okay. You know, some people are that way.
Yeah, but it's like out of all the dumb shit they say, you go for their appearance. Like there's enough material to work with.
Yet, so. Yeah, she hadn't really had time to say anything. But yeah, the linebacker
in the chat,
was
mods.
The linebacker was terrible.
You've got some spammers in your Twitch chat.
In my Twitch chat, I don't have any mods.
Viewers. Yeah, there's a Twitch going on.
I don't have.
Guess that you.
I do have Twitch going on. Where is Twitch? Is this Twitch? No, that's X. Is this Twitch? That is Twitch. I don't have any Twitch mods. I probably need Twitch mods.
Well, your Twitch's probably dead like most of us.
Oh, actually, there are people talking over there. I should shout them out.
Really? How many viewers are on there?
Well, now there's one, I guess. 3 new Prime. Wow. Interesting.
People have been generous. They took the Prime away from whatever and gave it to you.
Could be. Why wouldn't they?
That's funny.
Right?
No, that's funny.
Yeah. So this guy probably needs to be. I don't. I'll have to get some mods over there on Twitch. I've neglected Twitch, so I'll have to. It's kind of dead now, isn't it? It was like really like huge there for a while, and then it just kind of like.
I don't think it was ever that huge. I think it got overhyped. And I think that now is just feeding off of AWS because it got bought by Amazon. So it's like everything that they do, like they sell, like the Amazon store.
Prime time. Yeah, okay.
They make their money with the cloud, cloud services.
The cloud. The clan cloud of the whatever from the Highlander.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm actually if Andrew's going to go live in like 10 minutes to do the Twitch or the TikTok see, I don't have TikTok, so I have to like piggyback on somebody else doing a TikTok invasion.
Oh, you probably couldn't, to be honest.
I have with Berto before.
So yeah,
I don't know how he did. Yeah, I have. Yeah. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. What's up, Lag Dads? Grid One Man. Yeah, he's on Twitch. Yeah. Look at that. Twitch.
Oh, you're on X too?
And X. Oh, dude, I'm universal. I'm on Rumble right now, baby.
I hate X. I'm still shadow banned. It's fucking annoying.
Well, maybe you ought to be a little nicer and you wouldn't get shadow banned. I'm teasing. You're nice.
I don't know.
You're perfectly nice.
I'm just mean to Hunter Biden, I guess.
Yeah. Grid One invasion. There we go. He's watching me on 3 screens. That's awesome.
That's like such
It's
a
Evan
boomer
O'Brien.
flex.
Evan O'Brien in the house.
Who?
Dude, you should have come on, man. You're funny. I like you. You're all right. Watching me on 3 screens. That's sweet. That's so cool. I have 4 screens, but I don't bother to turn them on. I should.
I went from like a giant super duper wide screen and 2 giant monitors to like a tiny screen that like I can move because like the screen takes too much place and it gives me crazy eyes.
We already had crazy eyes. Evan, man, sorry to
It
hear
makes it
that
worse.
your wife isn't well. Good on you for making dinner, dude. Solid work, bro. We'll catch you another time. You're a good dude, man. That's awesome that you did that. Very good. Very good man.
I would have peace out. I'm getting tired. I'm so sorry.
Is Andrew live yet? Can I raid him? Is he up? Is he live? You can't leave yet, Kat. Stop waving like you're leaving. You can't leave. Sorry. You probably want to, but you can't.
What?
Oh man. I don't have a link for the dude. I need the link. I need the link. Andrew, come on, man. Mr. E, are you in the house? Where's Mr. Oh, what happened to Josie?
She's gone.
I turned my back for 1 minute. FNF banned you? What? No, they don't ban people, do they? How can you get banned on FNF? Come, wow. Okay, hang on. Let me hit. They're doing Mad Max stuff over there. Let me see. Let me hit Mr. E up. This is bad television. Kat, tell some jokes. Make people laugh.
Look at this. I need to bring it over here. What?
I don't know what.
Browser has blocked your screen. What?
What are you doing?
It's like way late and I've lost my mind. Look at this.
You've not lost your mind.
Look at that.
All right, so they're going to start up right away. So just you guys just chill, hang out for a minute, and we're going to Kat was going to tell a joke. Apparently she has lost her mind. What is this?
Funny.
World War III is coming. We have the Templar Knights on the other side. We're so back. That's right.
No? Okay. I thought it was funny.
It's pretty funny. I mean, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. All right, let's knock that down. That's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. The Rumble link. Let me the Templar Knights. I got the link. All right, so let me do the copy. And the paste. I gotta open up another window. Sorry, guys. I'm terribly unprepared for this. Terribly unprepared. Just not Not professional at all. This is bad TV. Good thing we're not on TV. Kat,
Yeah?
how are you doing? Are you okay?
I think something spilled on me. I didn't notice. Oh, well.
You spilled something?
Nothing. Just fine.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
It's
Okay.
very late. Tomorrow I have like 6 girls over. 6 little girls to take
Why do you
care
have?
of.
Oh, because you have a daughter. Okay, you have a daughter. I forget that all the time.
And she's got friends.
Really?
Yeah. And,
Oh,
you know, they're doing the last day of school. Then I promise I take them out, get them sushi, the whole thing.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Sushi. All right. I find that very interesting, but that's okay. All right. There we go. Hit the save button. All right, we are set. Guys, I'm going to send you over to Andrew's chat. I will be along shortly. Kat, say good night.
Good night.
Good night, Kat. She peed. You wouldn't let her go. She did not pee. I hope.
Maybe.
You. Good night, Kat. Good night, everybody. Get ready to teleport over to Andrew's stream. You guys are the best. It's been a great show. Have everybody we'll have everybody back tomorrow for the day shift. If you can make it, great. If you can't, that's okay. It's fine. No harm, no foul. You guys are headed over to Andrew's, but for now, you know what I say. You don't have to go home. You can't stay here. Get off my